So the meeting will be starting shortly. If everyone could please find a seat. There is no standing in the council chambers. So if you don't have a seat, please, there is overflow seating in the poinsettia room.
Okay, everybody, we're going to call this meeting to order. It's nice to see such a big full house. We haven't seen such a big full house since we've been back from COVID. So I invite you to take a seat. The fire marshal won't allow people to be standing, so we do need you to find a seat, and there is an overflow room if there are no seats available. I do see a couple of seats, I think, in the back. So this meeting, as a reminder, is the regular meeting of the Encinitas City Council. It is 6 p.m., and this is Wednesday, April 13, 2022. May we please have a roll call?
Yes, Mayor. Councilmember Hinsey?
Here.
Councilmember Kranz?
Here.
Councilmember Lyons?
Here.
Deputy Mayor Mosca?
Here.
And Mayor Blakespear.
Here.
Record will show that all members of the City Council are present this evening.
Okay, thank you, and I invite you to join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready? Begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
These are getting all mixed up.
Okay, so before we begin, I know we have a lot of people who are here wanting to speak. I just wanted to go over the protocols for our city council meetings. So in the agenda, which is yellow, and it's on the side here for anybody who wants to take a look at it, we have procedures for running these city council meetings. And what we are asking, and what it says, is that we're asking the audience and speakers to always be respectful and courteous. So that means no clapping, cheering, jeering, or booing. And please address your comments to the council as a whole and avoid personal attacks against members of the public, elected officials, and city staff. So it is my job to manage this meeting and make sure that we are able to do the city's business. And I want to be able to do that efficiently and effectively, and also to allow everybody to speak their mind. And I know that none of us want our meeting to turn into a circus or to become unruly or to descend into any type of incivility. So I would just like to make sure that we create an environment where everybody's voices can be heard. And I am also just as a reminder, we have had, when we've had very big meetings like this or very contentious topics, like for example, cannabis, where we had many meetings in a row about a very contentious topic. If you would like to support something that someone is saying, you can go like this and wave your hands, or you can, I've already seen people showing me their signs. I appreciate that. It's a way to communicate with us without disrupting what everybody else can hear and how everybody else is participating. And if you want to show support from the very back row, we can see that all the way up here. But we do want to be able to move through the meeting and to get to each speaker and to not have the delay or the environment that is created when there is a lot of outburst and clapping and that kind of thing. So I'm asking that you not do that tonight. And I will interrupt and remind about that as we go so that we can make sure and maintain that civility in this environment. And also, of course, that would be applied across the board to all the topics tonight, as well as even the beginning things that we're hearing about, the special presentation and proclamation. So with that, I'll move to that first item, which is 4A. And this is a presentation from the California Parks and Recreation Society to award the City of Encinitas with 2 2021 Awards of Excellence. And so I would like to welcome Jenny Warsham, the Region 5 representative from the California Parks and Recreation Society, to come up to the microphone, or over there. That's perfectly fine. Would you like me to join you over there?
Yes, please
Okay.
come join me. Sure. Hello, esteemed council, staff, and members of the public. I am honored to be here this evening to present 2 awards to the City of Encinitas. First, I would like to recognize the City of Encinitas as the award recipient for the 2021 California Parks and Recreation Society Award of Excellence in Design Park Planning for Olympus Park. CPRS would like to thank the Mayor, City Council, and the City Manager, the RRM project design team, including Amanda Seibel, Jill Bankston, city engineer, for managing the project, and Jennifer Campbell, City of Encinitas city manager, for her leadership and facilitation of community meetings related to the project. Congratulations. We're not done.
So I know I said no clapping, and I think we need to stick to it. So if you want to show your support, go ahead and thank you, City Manager. Yes, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Okay, we have another one. In addition, I'm proud to present the second award this evening. The city is also selected for the 2021 California Parks and Recreation Society Award of Excellence in Design for facility design for the Encinitas Community and Senior Center patio project. CPRS would like to once again thank the Mayor and City Council and the City Manager, RRM project design team, including Scott Neiman and Amanda Seibel, as well as Travis Carlin, Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Arts Director, Christy Goodsell, Community and Senior Services Center Manager, and Tracy Staten, Recreation Services Manager, for their roles in managing the project and submitting for recognition from CPRS. Thank you and congratulations, City, Mayor, and City Council, City Manager, and RRM Design Group, and staff.
Great. Nice job. Look. So much support. So thank you. I just want to say that Olympus Park is a new park in the city of Encinitas. We're really thrilled and proud to receive this award. We don't build new parks all that much in this city, so it's really a milestone when we do, and it's beloved and so used, and it had a lot of community involvement in making the decisions about what amenities to include. So we really appreciate the recognition tonight, so thank you.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yes, let's take a picture really quick. Here, come on up, back up for the picture. Okay, now we're going to move to the next item, which is this proclamation here. So this is in honor of the American Red Cross Month. So I would like to invite Sean Mahoney, the CEO, who I think is in the room. Oh, there you are. Thank you. Come on up. So I'm going to read this proclamation. It's also up behind you right there. So whereas, in times of crisis, people in Encinitas come together to care for one another. This humanitarian spirit is part of the foundation of our community and is exemplified by American Red Cross volunteers and donors. Whereas, in 1881, Clara Barton founded the American Red Cross, turning her steadfast dedication for helping others into a bold mission of preventing and alleviating people's suffering. Today, more than 140 years later, we honor the kindness and generosity of Red Cross volunteers here in Encinitas, who continue to carry out Clara's life-saving legacy. They join the millions of people across the United States who volunteer, give blood, donate financially, or learn vital life-preserving skills through the Red Cross. Whereas, in Encinitas, the contributions of local Red Cross volunteers give hope to the most vulnerable in their darkest hour, whether that's providing emergency shelter, food and comfort for families devastated by local disasters like home fires, donating essential blood for accident and burn victims, heart surgery and organ transplant patients, and those receiving treatment for leukemia, cancer, or sickle cell disease, supporting service members and veterans, along with their families and caregivers, through the unique challenges of military life, helping to save the lives of others with first aid, CPR, and other skills, or delivering international humanitarian aid. And now this is the last whereas. These proclamations always have a few whereases. Whereas, their work to prevent and alleviate human suffering is vital to strengthening our community's resilience. We dedicate this month of April to all those who continue to advance the noble legacy of the American Red Cross founder, Clara Barton, who lived by her words, "You must never think of anything except the need and how to meet it." We ask others to join in this commitment to give back in our community. And now, therefore, be it resolved that the Mayor and City Council of the City of Encinitas hereby proclaims April 2022 as American Red Cross Month. And we encourage all citizens of California to reach out and support its humanitarian mission. Would you like to say a few words?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, City Council members. The Red Cross staff and volunteers really love serving the community, both in steady state operations and in disaster operations. And I know they'll really appreciate this when I bring it back. So I want to thank all of you and the whole city of Encinitas. Thank you very much.
Yay. Okay, we got a picture? Thank you. Thank you again for coming.
Can I sign that too? I don't know why my name's not on it. But I deeply believe in this, and I don't want to have you leave without my name on it. Thank you so much for your service. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We're now on to our oral communications.
We do have several, about 17. So I'm going to call you three at a time, and a reminder that you do have 3 minutes.
Okay, and just as a reminder that this is not the first item.
This is not the
This
first
is not-
item. This is oral communications, and this is for items that are not listed on the agenda.
Okay, thank you.
So first is Ruben Flores, followed by Linda Alley, and then Jeff Morris.
Hi, everyone. Ruben Flores from the Encinitas. Here we are again. I don't like to spend my time coming and having to talk to you about some of the disagreements and mistakes that you're committing as representatives of the city. I just want to talk about an article that appeared in the Coast News today titled, "Attorney Demands Blakespeare Unblocks Critics from Facebook Page." And I'm going to read the first paragraph of that article. A local attorney issued a cease and desist letter on Tuesday night to Mayor Catherine Blakespeare on behalf of multiple Encinitas residents whom she allegedly blocked from participation, comments, and involvements in matters of broad public interest on her mayoral Facebook in violation of their constitutional rights, and so on and so on. I just want to quote my comments on this article. It really saddens me, it really makes me sad that our mayor acts in such an exclusive and elitist manner, using political and legal tactics to climb the political ladder at the cost of silencing the voices of the citizens she was sworn to represent. Another example of this is this introduction that you just made at the beginning of this meeting. Those rules of conduct are meant to intimidate critics. And although I appreciate the underhanded way in which you're trying to deliver them, they're not welcome by trying to tell us how we should communicate as adults. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to ask you not to clap so that we can maintain order and we can move through 18 speakers and get to all the items on our agenda. So if you could please do that, if you support the speaker, that creates a welcoming environment for everybody. Let's move to the second speaker, please.
Linda Alley, followed by Jeff Morris, and then Jedediah Stuber.
My name is Linda Alley, and I'm probably your closest neighbor right on D Street here at Haciendas de la Playa. My topic kind of concerns 10B, but I thought it would be better to speak now because we have people representing us. I wanted to give some history on our involvement with this project. Back in September of 2016, I did write a letter to Councilwoman Blakespeare about how the train noise was affecting the health of our community, and she very nicely answered, stating that perhaps having a petition signed by our residents would be useful, and that the city council was working on solutions. So we got a petition, got several hundred signatures, submitted them at a council meeting in 2017. From 2017 to 2019, residents traded off attending the meetings, speaking at city council meetings, talking about our misery and requests for quiet zones. One of our members met with Sandag. I talked to the city engineer and the planning commission. And at that time, we were advised by everybody that the city of Encinitas was 100% in agreement with the implementation of quiet zones. Assurances were given us at the various council meetings and in lots of correspondence that quiet zones were a city of Encinitas goal, that a feasibility study would be done and paid for by the city, and we were told quiet zones would be part of the overall plan. And we believed the assurances, so we went away and waited. In June of 2019, I did write a letter to now Mayor Blakespeare with our concerns about the lack of funding or even a mention of quiet zones in the city's new 2-year plan at the time, and that the council had previously pledged to look for grants and to start putting money aside for these quiet zones. I received a very nice reply from now Mayor Blakespeare that, quote, "We are pursuing grants for those quiet zones. They are part of our capital improvement program. There is no question that the council supports making the entire corridor as quiet as possible." And it seems like we're here 7 years later, kind of begging for the same thing, those of us in red particularly. Personally, it affected me. I've been sleeping for years in 3 chunky segments with wake times. So we tried drugs. I didn't like that. So I went to a sleep study lab overnight, and they hook you all up. And I didn't sleep in those 3 segments, and I've realized those segments correspond to the freight train noise honking. So for me, it's a health issue. Thank you.
Thank you for all the waving hands. I see you all, and we see you in the back row doing it, supporting the speaker too. I
Jeff
appreciate
Moore-
that.
Next is Jeff Morris, Jedediah Stuber, and then Natalie Satoon.
Mayor Council, Mayor Blakespeare, you got a slide to pop up. Who takes care of that? Jeff Morris? All right. Okay, so at the last city council meeting I spoke at, I addressed the misuse of funds as reported by a Sandag auditor. Catherine, your response was, of course, during the pandemic, people were working from home, and there were a number of credit card transactions used to buy legitimate things Sandag needed. If what you told me was correct, then why did you refuse to talk to KUSI regarding their interview request? The allegations were not, quote, at-home transactions to buy things Sandag needed, unquote, as you said. They were lavish dinners at some of the finest restaurants in San Diego, including Donovan Steakhouse, Rado Gato, and U.S. Grant Hotel. The whole point of the board of directors is to make sure that the rules are being followed. Sandag board members are supposed to watch over and protect our taxpayer money, not let it be wasted. You were the chair of Sandag, and this happened under your watch. This type of irresponsible behavior has eroded our trust in your ability to govern. Like Sandag, the chair of Sandag, and the mayor of Encinitas, you're supposed to look out for the best interest of the community, not your special interests and not your desire to become a senator. For example, you intentionally created this homeless crisis, filled up all the Encinitas hotels with other people's transients, and then expect us to pretend that you didn't do this. I was monitoring. I know everything that you guys did, so that was nothing natural. You guys made that happen. As a result, I respectfully request that you step down as chair of Sandag until you can fix the disaster that you created here in Encinitas. I have posted a petition up there for people to sign who feel the same way that I feel. You clearly are having trouble meeting your obligations to both Sandag as well as the mayor of Encinitas. And instead of making another poor decision by firing a good committee volunteer like Bruce Ehlers that hasn't done anything wrong, you should really fire that director who's making over $500,000 per year and misusing our public funds, spending credit cards so he can dine out and get drinks on our dime. I think you've made enough mistakes. I think now it's a good time to start getting things right. So thank you very much.
I appreciate the people who are waving their hands, and I would ask you not to clap, please.
Get over here. Good evening. My name is Jedediah Stuber, and I wanted to come here tonight to tell you, Mayor, to keep doing what you're doing. Keep making these decisions. Keep putting your career as a politician ahead of the good of our town. Keep pitting this community against each other for your benefit. Keep being a bully. Keep believing that you don't need to understand every depth of everything as a policymaker. Keep ignoring the community that gave you everything. Keep making those fraudulent charges with Sandag credit cards. A couple of months ago, when discussing the future of El Camino Real during a city council meeting, I thought it was weird that you went on a strange tangent about how it would be great to have a Panera Bread at a development on El Camino Real that doesn't even exist yet, especially when there was one about 500 feet down the road. Then we come to find out that one of the fraudulent charges that the auditor found was at Panera Bread. Keep doing that. Keep making these decisions so that folks will see what you are really all about. Keep using these city council meetings as a public forum for your agenda. Keep publicly firing folks who fight for us. Keep censoring people. Keep deleting comments. Keep blocking folks on social media whose point of view differs from yours. And keep everyone believing in your myth, because I know that your truth is much different. I know that you don't think that increased density is about affordable housing, but just a proxy of it, because you said that in 2017. I know that you don't have real solutions to lingering problems like homelessness, because your truth is part of why those problems are lingering. I gave you a wonderful book about homelessness and California's failed policies with it, but yet you are still saying the same things and pushing the same policies that caused those lingering issues. Keep changing zoning laws in favor of developers, then denying those developers permits and getting us sued because what you really want is more multi-million-dollar homes with high property taxes to increase city revenue. Keep favoring nonprofits that do nothing but make sure their jobs are safe over the ones that provide outlets for the youth in this community. Keep saying we, quote, must speak to the city council with respect and not from a place of hate, end quote. Because you were right about that. I hate what you have done to my hometown. I hate how you continue to use us as a stepping stone. I hate how you continue to divide this community for your benefit. But I do not hate you. And that seems to be the confusion that you and this entire city council are consistently under. Just because we disagree with you does not mean we hate you. It means that you must do better as an official elected by this community. Let me be pretty clear about this. You work for us. We don't work for you. And Tony, how are you doing? Keep showing this community that you have no guts and are not interested in fighting for us. Keep showing your allegiance to our mayor so that everyone can see that your only interest is in being a politician. Nothing more, nothing less.
Next speaker is Natalie Satoon, followed by Teresa, followed by Mark Wilcox.
Hello. I have a slide exhibit, please. Please ensure that both of these, or all of these slides are broadcast for online viewers. Thank you. Good evening, Council. Natalie Satoon. It occurred to me over the past few days that the Council operates by a set of principles over committees and commissions that vary remarkably. Persons appointed to a city board, commission, or committee serve at the pleasure of the City Council. Let's assess some of the excerpts of those who serve at your pleasure. Courtesy of Marlon Taylor, Equity Committee member and liaison with the Sheriff's Department. Not necessarily good at their job. What qualifications does Marlon have to critique trained sheriff staff? Next slide, please. Again, courtesy of Marlon Taylor, Equity Committee member. Once again, not good at some things. Is this representative of city leadership? Building a positive rapport with Captain Lopez and his team? Next slide, please. Molly Woods Drake, Equity Committee member, social media rants. Beautiful language for our council to proudly support. Are these actions consistent with the goals and policies of the City of Encinitas? Next slide, please. Molly Woods Drake, Equity Committee member again, on your Facebook page, Mayor Blakespear. Profanity and hatred directed toward a lifelong Encinitan and her Black American active duty veteran husband. As discussed at the February Equity Committee meeting, this committee supports a formal campaign that everyone is welcome here, but clearly we see otherwise. Molly was right. You can see by her own comments we have a long road ahead of us for inclusivity. This council supports committee members who stray so far from etiquette and decorum. Even with a background in HR, Marlon commonly addresses women as dude and guys. Sensitive to gender, the DEI expert invites elderly and Blacks to leave Encinitas. Your committee member committed defamation, a criminal action. It seems disciplinary action to include termination for the inability to remain neutral and without bias certainly prevailed in other leadership roles in this city this week. Why are these Equity Committee members favored and not admonished or dismissed? Thank you.
Thank you for waving your hands and not clapping. I
Teresa?
appreciate it.
Next is Teresa, followed by Mark Wilcox, and then Rob Fleener.
Good evening. This won't take long, it's just a short video. I have a slide exhibit. Please ensure that the video broadcast for online viewers. Thank you. And then could you play the video?
I think one of the challenges is that I don't think every city should have to be urban. So if people want to live in an urban environment, they can go to downtown San Diego and live in an urban environment. But we should be able to create environments where we have a small home on a bigger lot, where there's nice gardens and there are plants and there's a nice feel to that. And so a perpetual march toward densification isn't something that I would support. I think we need to do our part, but we're not going to solve the housing crisis in California. But we have about 26,000 housing units in our city.
Okay.
And so we need to add about 1,100 units in the lower income categories. Because we don't have the zoning for that. And the zoning is basically what that means is higher density housing for the lower income.
So in order to add that lower income housing, as I understand it, state law requires that you have a plan in place.
Right, and I just want to clarify,
Please.
It's not actually for the lower income, all those units. what it actually is just high density, because density is a proxy for affordability.
I understand.
So anyway, that's all I have to say. That's just it's a huge switcheroo. That's all I got to say.
Please refrain from clapping so that we can maintain order and everyone can share their comments. Thank you. I'll also say that I got the idea of going like this from watching a Coastal Commission meeting where there were a lot of people who felt strongly, and the Coastal Commission chair was asking people to do that, and it was very effective. It was a way for people to communicate without creating an environment that was not friendly for all viewpoints. And it also is substantially more efficient. Go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor Blake Spear and City Council members. My name is Mark Wilcox. As a parent and grandparent, I am bringing some good news regarding improving the warnings on marijuana products. Is that me? Okay. Last week, SB 1097 was passed unanimously out of the State Senate's Business and Professions Committee meeting yesterday. Entitled the Cannabis Right to Know Act, authored by Senator Richard Pan, a pediatrician, was co-sponsored by the California chapter of the American College of Emergency Physicians, American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists, California and American Academy of Pediatrics, California Society of Addiction Medicine, and over 50 public health and youth advocacy organizations. One of the speakers was San Diego County's own Dr. Ronette Lev, emergency physician at UC Scripps San Diego. She said, I quote, "I see firsthand the growing tide of people ending up in our emergency departments with psychosis, severe anxiety, delirium, accidental ingestion, severe vomiting, car accidents, and other problems associated with using cannabis, especially when it is too strong or used too frequently. Californians deserve to be accurately and clearly informed about potential health risks of marijuana use so they don't end up in our emergency rooms." The well-known youth advocacy group Youth Forward reported, "Intensive marketing and billboards, often targeting youth, are misleading our kids to believe cannabis is a safe wellness product." Due to the dramatic increases in the THC concentration in marijuana products, there is an urgent need for more clear, prominent, accurate, and comprehensive health information for this county's young people, like my own sons, so they understand the risk of marijuana use to their mental health and cognitive development. Several of our local public health and prevention organizations have written Senator Pan suggesting that this warning also be included. Marijuana smoke causes cancer. Under Proposition 65, officially known as the Safe Drinking Water and Toxic Enforcement Act, the state of California has declared marijuana smoke as a carcinogen, which causes developmental malformations, teratogenic, and other potential harms to the user and those exposed to marijuana smoke. Proposition 65 is based in premise that the public workers have a right to be informed and take legal action about exposure to chemicals that are known to the state to cause cancer, birth defects, and other reproductive harm. Let's follow the science and support SB 1097. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. And I know people think about their remarks in advance, and so I wanted to share that for item 1A, or 10A, 10A, we will have 2 minutes per speaker because of the large number of speakers. So you can start thinking ahead about that. Thank you. We have 9 more public comments who will have 3 minutes.
Next speaker is Rob Fleener, followed by Diana Nunes, followed by Garvin Walsh.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm here asking you once again to take a look at walking and bike safety along Vulcan. I spoke to you all on June 9th, 2021, asking you to reconsider the staff's recommendation for restriping and narrowing the traffic lanes on Vulcan. Now that the monies have been spent and the stripes painted, it is less safe for walkers, bikers, and drivers. A car now has no legal way to pass a bike or a pedestrian without crossing double yellow lines that run the whole length of Vulcan. Following a bike or a walker at their speed for a mile or more is only asking for frustration for the drivers and stress for the walkers and bikers. Please eliminate one of the yellow lines so that we can legally pass. Instead of only using the west side of Vulcan as a parking lot, let's consider angle or parallel car parking. This would give us room for a safe walking path west of the parked cars and east of the rail fencing. This seems like a perfect quick fix project. Thank you.
Thank you for your hand waving.
Diana Nunes, followed by Garvin Walsh, Bev Sudman, and then Dolores Welty.
Dear Mayor and councilpersons, I'm here tonight to respectfully ask that the mayor and this council instruct the city manager, the city engineer, and its staff to utilize an all-hands-on-board approach and to put the best and brightest minds towards solving the mobility problems associated with the rail in our growing community. Northwest Leucadia is in urgent, dire need of mobility solutions. Irrefutable issues fuel this urgency. Safety, number one. Another life was lost in our rail quarter on Friday. No safe rail crossings exist to cross the rail. Number two, mobility. Safe walking and biking mobility options parallel to the rail don't exist. Vulcan and La Costa are unacceptably dangerous. Three, community. The rail fence installation planned this month will further bisect our community. Secretary Buttigieg recently said it best. Transportation should always connect, never divide. With this thought, I ask and urge this council to take action. Let's make this council the council that made the difference in making the rail a good neighbor. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Garvin Walsh. I'm a resident of Encinitas. Since we have such a large audience here tonight to witness Mr. Ayler's public execution, I thought it would be a good opportunity to speak about another issue, which is this council's pandemic emergency order. You may recall that I spoke about this issue previously, once in October and again in November. For the benefit of those who don't remember those remarks, I ask you to recall that the council in March of 2020 gave emergency powers to the city manager in order to deal with the Wuhan pandemic. The municipal code authorizes such action when there is, quote, an actual or threatened existence of conditions or disaster or of extreme peril to the safety of persons and property within this city, end quote. But the emergency order itself contains a provision stating that the council should terminate the order, quote, at the earliest possible date that conditions warrant. And of course now, after the reasonable fears and worries that existed then, conditions of peril, if ever they were manifest, have long since departed. But here we are more than 2 years into this emergency and the order still stands. What I've learned since November is that the city undertook some non-emergency actions based on that order and ended up having trouble unwinding those actions. So the so-called emergency continues in order to prevent that house of cards built on a weak foundation from collapsing. FYI, the biggie among those actions was the authorization of the outdoor dining encroachments on the 101. I imagine many people are pleased that we have those facilities, but relying on an emergency order for which the justification has long since departed doesn't strike me as good practice in municipal government. In my opinion, it is nothing more than a lawyerly abuse of authority. Under different circumstances, such abuse could have truly ugly consequences. So I'm here tonight for two reasons. One, to repeat my prior request that the council terminate the emergency order post haste. And two, to propose that the ordinance authorizing the invocation of an emergency be amended to include a sunset provision so that all concerned will understand that any emergency powers will be temporary and will expire automatically unless the council finds that conditions of, quote, extreme peril continue to exist. In closing, I believe the residents deserve an explanation of the circumstances surrounding this order. To paraphrase an author with whom I presume most of the people here are more familiar, quote, a decent respect for the opinions of the residents requires that you should declare the reasons why you have not acted previously to terminate the order. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, could the city manager speak to when it's expected the emergency order will be undone?
Yes, thank you, Councilmember Kranz and Madam Mayor. The emergency order will expire 60 days after the governor's order, and it is connected to the outdoor dining. We can't have it expire, otherwise the outdoor dining will have to end early.
And the governor's order expired when?
It hasn't expired yet.
Hasn't expired yet, so we have 60 days after that.
Hi, my name is Beverly Goodman. I'm a resident of Leucadia. Haven't been here in a few years. Joe, thank you for your service, and I hope you love retirement as much as me. As you all know, I was on the Main Street Board for 24 years, and for some reason they kept me on there because I was very verbal. And I always talked a lot, and I always questioned what they were doing. And Catherine, when you and Tony got on the council, I was so excited to have democracy because I saw how Maggie Houlihan was treated. And it was really awful. I mean, how the men treated her. And she was verbal. And I really want verbal back on the council. I think it's healthy for you. I think it challenges you. I think that it's good. So don't try to control elections anymore. What I mean by that is when you appoint people to fill seats that and not going to the next highest voter, you are controlling who's on the council. I don't know if you all are scared of somebody else coming in or what's going on with that, but you have to have diversity to make a good team. You have to have people that challenge. Unanimous votes are not good. We didn't like them at the board either because they're not good to have. No way. I'm not for the clapping thing, but we need, sorry, but you know, follow the rules is fine. I don't mind following rules. But we need some diversity up here. We need somebody to challenge. We have no ethnicity on here. We have nothing. We are not a totally white community anymore. And Kelly, I just don't know, how you're doing on all this because you look so spaced out up there. It's hard to say. I just don't know. But anyway, that's all I wanted to say is, guys, let's just look for some variety and not control elections.
Okay, thank you. Let's try to let the speaker finish speaking, please, and not interrupt. And also, please refrain from insulting the council members or members of the public.
Next speaker is Dolores Welty, followed by Gia Schock, and then Scott Campbell.
Thank you, council, mayor, and council members. Thank you for prodding me up here. I can't keep track of anything anymore. But anyway, I'm here because of the state of California. And I'm here to support Mayor Blakespear in the remarks that she made in 2016 and 17. Local jurisdiction over land use is one of the basic tenets of democracy. It is the reason we incorporated in the first place. But the state has unthinkingly usurped this basic duty for itself by mandating a one-size-fits-all regulation that overrides the city and penalizes us for maintaining our vision. By right regulation is a developer's wet dream. The state does not offer subsidies to help cities gain low-cost housing. It requires that these developments be placed on vacant land regardless of natural resources and the value of our environmentally sensitive lands or any use we might have for those vacant lots. It allows the developer to disregard city regulations except for design review, all city regulations, which no other by right developer can do. I know density bonus developers get to bypass certain regulations too. This law, supposedly passed to enable housing for low-income residents, is a hypocrisy. Even though now they have to do 20% low-cost housing in their developments, yet we'll have to have 7,500 houses to gain, over the next 10 years, to gain the 1,500 low-cost houses we're supposed to build. For whom? Has any poll been taken as to how many low-cost people are looking for housing here? I agree in low-cost housing, but if the state is sincere in its push, they would require a higher percentage, say the 50% that the Planning Commission, for low-cost housing, that the Planning Commission recommended. After all, they get a zoning increase from 3 dwelling units an acre to 33. That's more than a 20% gain. The law deserves repeal, and I ask our city to join Oceanside and 20-some other cities in the state of California by supporting repeal of this law through the new law, that is coming up.
Gia Schock, followed by Scott Campbell, then Terry Skelly.
Hi everyone, happy Wednesday. I'm Gia Shockey, and I've been working with San Diego Drug Alliance since I was in high school 15 years ago. I now work in pediatric nursing in San Diego. As I progress into my young adulthood, I'm more aware of the new and troubling aspects of drug use, which I came to speak to you guys about tonight. The blatant advertising of marijuana products in high concentrate mediums such as vaping and edibles has increased in recent years. Certainly more prevalent since I was a teenager and in high school. A mother by the name of Laura Stack recently formed an advocacy group in Colorado named Johnny's Ambassadors. Her work includes gathering parents nationwide whose adult children died from consuming high-potency marijuana drugs and other substances. I recommend Googling them. She has a social media platform regarding marijuana issues and concerns that she calls Fact or Crap. Her posting this week addresses marijuana as a treatment for anxiety. While marijuana provides a temporary relief and reprieve from anxiety and depression, the high wears off and often leaves the user in a more vulnerable state from when they started. In fact, numerous medical studies have demonstrated that marijuana can actually cause and increase anxiety in frequent users who began using drugs as an adolescent. The more potent THC doses found in vapes or edibles further substantiate this epidemic. Research shows that kids who use cannabis before the age of 15 were 3 times more likely to report anxiety symptoms in adulthood than their peers. Marijuana is likely to create anxiety or make it worse, and far too many times users begin to turn to more dangerous substances such as fentanyl. So let's talk about fentanyl. We've all seen it in the headlines recently. Medications purchased off the street, such as Adderall, Ritalin, Xanax, and Valium, are being unknowingly laced with unregulated amounts of fentanyl. One pill may have trace amounts, while the next might have 10 times the amount of the safe dosage. The illegal purchasing of these seamlessly harmless drugs are contributing to high fatalities during the pandemic. Fentanyl deaths have doubled from 32,000 fatalities to 64,000 fatalities in the United States in just 2 years, between April 2019 and April 2021. With the advent of retail marijuana stores in Encinitas, it's my hope that the youth do not fall victim to the marijuana industry's ruse. Let's protect the mental health and the physical well-being of Encinitas youth by restricting the marijuana industry's marketing efforts. Thank you for listening.
Scott Campbell, followed by Terry Skelly, Kathleen Lindeman, and then Sheila Cameron.
Good evening, everybody. Excuse me. What a great turnout. The topic today is local control. All three candidates for the mayor have talked about this, including Councilman Mosca. He mentioned this at a meeting last month. What does that mean? I don't think we're getting it. Who fights for us? Who fights for all of us? I urge the council to follow the city of Del Mar. They're having a ballot ordinance to fight SB 10 and SB 9. Let's do something concrete about this. We can talk and talk, but let's do something. Speaking of local control, this energy program, I decided to opt out, and it was painful for me. It took 4 hours of my time. For some reason, my area was excluded from their list, and I couldn't opt out. I had to get on the phone. 4 hours. Who do I bill for that? I lost equity. Vulcan, another quick build. This striping, the previous speakers talked about that's safe. I drove it today. Thanks to the striping, once again, we're in the dangerous part of the road. The people going northbound, they drove in the bike lane. The people going southbound are forced into the gutter, into rain, these pits that 3 or 4 inches deep. It's terrible. The railroad fencing. 5 years ago, it was every quarter of a mile in Leucadia. Now we have to fight just to get anything going. What happened? What changed? This is crazy. Speaking of local control, I took action today, direct action, direct local control. There's people here in that parking lot down there, that EV parking lot that hasn't been finished for, what is it, a year now? I did, come arrest me, people. I removed those red signs, and within 30 seconds, 4 or 5 cars followed me right in there and parked it. It's probably full right now, I guarantee it. That is local control. You guys can do more than that. That's just an example. And speaking of local control, everybody here walked by this. How is the entrance to our city hall? How many months has that not been done? It's a simple landscaping job. We can't do that, and we trust you for these big, huge capital projects. I don't know what to say. I really don't. I still have 30 seconds. I've got to come up with some more here. The bike sharing program, that's great. I'm glad they're green. Green is brown. Mining is more worse than probably the oil. But anyways, 1 year report. Come on, it's been 3 months now. Let's get some updates. If there's problems with it, if it's not working, if we're losing money, let's fix them now. Let's not wait a whole year. Thank you for your time.
Good evening. After years of working in retail management for a large corporation, I learned a great deal about long-range planning, thorough vetting with potential partners, and doing the important prep work that makes lawsuits less likely. As people may be aware and city council members and staff know, more than 200 applicants are vying for a shot at opening marijuana storefronts in Encinitas. The potential locations are mostly clustered around Highway 101 or nearby Leucadia Boulevard and North El Camino Real. These locations are quite few less than the 200-plus applications. The multiple applications would be submitted for the same locations should have been foreseen by HDL, the city's accountant. From what I can see, the marijuana consulting company, HDL, and the city may have missed a few important steps in setting up the application process. In an attempt by applicants to game the system, perhaps multiple applications were submitted for each potential location, using different names for limited liability corporations, also known as LCCs. Or rather, LLCs, not LCC. The LLC should have shown written proof that the property owners have agreed to lease, rent, or sell the space to each specific LLC. Also, hopefully, the applications are required that all partners be listed so that the city staff and public could see that there were duplications. These steps would have saved the city both time and money and would have encouraged better transparency from the applicants. The application process in other cities, including Vista and Chula Vista, resulted in lawsuits, an expensive situation, and known by the city's consultant. As you consider, and you should consider the marijuana tax ballot initiative as a future city council meeting, where those potential and extra costs associated with marijuana businesses could be one of the reasons for the tax. Thank you.
Kathleen Lindeman, followed by Sheila Cameron.
Hi, Kathleen Lindeman, Encinitas. I'm here to speak about San Diego Community Power 100. As the default electricity provider for the cities of Chula Vista, Encinitas, Imperial Beach, La Mesa, and San Diego, you will be automatically enrolled into San Diego Community Power Service unless you opt out at least 5 business days before your read meter date during the enrollment month. April is our enrollment month. Accounts will be automatically enrolled in SDCP's Power On your regularly scheduled meter read on or after the first day of the enrollment month. According to SDCP's interim CEO, Power On will save folks 2 to 3% off the electric generation part of your bill. The cities of Chula Vista, Imperial Beach, La Mesa, and San Diego put their residents in the plan that would save them money. The plan that allows the ratepayer to decide if they want to opt up to Power 100, the more expensive plan that will maybe be the same or 1 to 3% higher than San Diego Gas and Electric. Power On, the more reasonable plan, the less expensive, is the plan almost every city in the 23 current jurisdictions in the state of California have opted for. But the mayor and council of Encinitas opted to put everyone in the more expensive plan, and we need to opt down to Power On. I have read the reasons, excuses made for being the lone city to put their residents in the most expensive plan. What I don't understand is why. The only reason I can think of is that the mayor and the council have never really had to budget and never had to budget to the penny. Because if they had, they would have done as all of the other cities have done and put their residents on Power On. I'm sure you didn't mean to cause problems for community power, but I do feel poor judgment was made on your part. Now, there is good news for folks. You can opt down to Power On at any time. Also, if anyone is on the CARES program, they will get their CARES discount. And don't cut me off. If they don't have a computer, they can call the really nice people at San Diego Community Power, and they will assist them. Thanks.
Thank you.
Final speaker is Sheila Cameron.
I am not old. I had knee replacement surgery on my right knee, and I'm going to have it on my left knee, and then I'm going to the airport and check out the TSA. Okay, I'm here tonight. It's been a rough night, but, you know, I love oral comments because you hear from everybody what the issues are in this city, and it's important. Okay, I'm here to talk about the repeal of the Death Tax Act. This was passed in 2020. It was Prop 19, and I have an initiative to amend the state constitution to restore the ability of parents to transfer property to their children upon death without triggering a reassessment and increase in property taxes. In other words, if you paid $400,000 for your house 20 years ago, and you pass it on to your children, or your parents pass it on to you, you're going to be reassessed at the value that it is now, which would probably be over $1 million in this town. And consequently, you'd be paying $10,000 a year or more of taxes, and your kids would have to come up with those taxes before they could get your property, or it wouldn't be able to pass to them. They'd have to sell it. And I know that the mayor and Kelly Hinsey are both aware of this because they did it before that came into effect in February, and you wisely, your families, pass your property on to you so that you won't get stuck with those taxes. And I think it's real important that everybody else in this city have the same notice. So I have a petition. We got to get it on the ballot and reverse this so that there's protection for families. If you want to sign the petition, just see me. I'll be here stumbling along. Thank you.
Mayor, that concludes oral communications.
Okay, thank you. Thank you to everyone who spoke at public comment tonight. Our next item is report from closed session. Does our attorney have a report from closed session?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I do. At approximately 10 a.m., approximately 9 a.m. on Wednesday, the 6th of April, the City Council recessed into closed session. They emerged from closed session, recessed back out of closed session at approximately 10:54 a.m. And there was no reportable action took place in closed session. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any changes to the agenda?
Mayor, there are no changes to the posted agenda, and then moving to the consent calendar, items 8D and 8F have been pulled by members of the public.
Okay, I would entertain a motion on the balance.
I'll move the balance, but I do want to speak on 8E real fast.
Yes, go ahead.
I don't see any members of the fire department here, but I did want to thank the fire chief and the fire marshal and the members of the fire team for their purchasing. And I think the acquisitions that they've made recently are really aligned with our climate action plan. And so I just want to applaud them for everything that they're doing, including the newest addition to the fleet, which is the Ford F-150 Lightning, the first electric vehicle made by Ford and the first electric vehicle that we've put into our fleet. And so I think this is good news. I want to just applaud the fire department for everything they're doing. I know that there's a couple of cities that have already adopted electric fire engines, and they're pretty sharp. And so I'm looking forward to those amenities coming to our city as well.
And I'll second.
Okay, thank you. I was going to make the same comment, so I'm glad you said that.
Yeah, it was too.
Let's go ahead and vote.
Motion carries unanimously. That takes us to item 8D, and that item is pulled by Sheila Cameron.
Okay, let's invite Sheila up to make comments if she would like to. And while she's coming up, would you like to give a brief staff report on this, or is that why you're sitting there?
Just in case.
Okay, go ahead.
Due to requests from the downtown business associations for additional parking enforcement, staff brought to council on March 23rd an amendment to the ordinance chapter 14.42.020 that would allow parking enforcement by a private entity. Tonight is the second reading of that ordinance.
Okay, Sheila, would you like to make comments?
Yes. This report states there's no fiscal considerations associated with this action. So who does pay for this service? Does that mean the company you hire will get a percentage of every ticket they write? And if so, how much are the tickets and what percentage will they receive for this service? Second, how do you ensure there is no abuse of this practice by a company that it appears you have no control over as to their overzealous use of their authority? And what is this? City employees, the city council, and their designees can also write tickets? Is that in addition to hiring a private firm? Do you get a percentage of writing tickets too? How absurd can you get? What is going on in this city? Can anyone be a designee like me, for example, or anyone sitting in this audience? The staff analysis is flawed. Although restaurants suffered during this pandemic, they have been allowed to expand out into the public roads, thereby deleting former street parking spaces, at least 20 in downtown Encinitas alone, at least 20. That makes it difficult for people to access other types of businesses or shops. If you take away parking places, then you hire a company to punish people for parking because you've taken away parking spaces. This does not make sense, seeing you created the problem. Let's not forget the inundation of alcoholic establishments, especially in our historic downtown, that have increased parking shortages. I also do not want to see this ordinance amending our municipal code voted on tonight, but brought back when you can give the citizens the name of the company you plan to hire and their resume, how they will be paid, and what these tickets will cost, should any of us inadvertently get one. I am also requesting that once you put this private company in place, excuse me, that they report to council on the city council agenda so that they receive a public review and citizens have an opportunity to voice whether or not this new system is working properly. I'm further requesting that you please answer tonight the questions that I've asked you in this presentation, and I'll turn over copies to the city clerk, and she can give them to you, and you can see all my questions, and I'd appreciate you responding. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So, thank you for raising your hands and not clapping. So, Pat, could you address the question of how this company would be paid?
They're not paid on a percentage, they're paid on a flat rate that it would just be, the idea is to have a pilot program in the downtown area that would go for 20 hours a week. They'd be paid a flat rate out of the revenue that comes in from the parking tickets. We already collect around $270,000 a year for parking tickets, and so this would just be paid out of that. It's expected that the increase in parking revenues would actually cover the cost.
Okay, and I don't see anywhere that says the city council could give tickets, or do you want to address that?
It's right in your backup.
Yeah, the city council can designate people to write tickets, but they still have to have the certification to be able to write tickets.
Right.
So I couldn't go out and write a ticket.
Right. It says designees of the city council, including private companies.
Correct.
Okay. Do you have an additional question?
Yeah, Mayor Blakespear, may I ask for clarification? Is this a pilot project? I mean, is this a pilot as far as us rolling it out, Pat?
It's intended to be a pilot.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and move approval of this item. Did you want to say something, Councilman?
Yeah, I would second it, and I would just point out that this isn't the pilot program. This is a change to the ordinance. We don't have the red line version here, but this is essentially the ordinance that was, for the most part, already in existence. We're just modifying it so that we can, the city council can designate other parties to be able to enforce the parking regulations. So this is not a big change. This is an ordinance that allows the city council more flexibility and addresses some concerns of the business community. And I've heard concerns about parking issues from our residents in Encinitas as well. So I look forward to the contract that will possibly be coming in the next few months that would have all of the details that Sheila is looking for. And, you know, the modification of this ordinance doesn't commit us to anything in particular, so I support the change to the ordinance.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion and a second, so let's go ahead and vote.
Before you vote, just to clarify that the motion is to adopt City Council Ordinance Number 2022-05, titled An Ordinance of the City Council of the City of Encinitas, California, amending Encinitas Municipal Code Section 14.42.020A relating to parking violation enforcement.
That's right.
Motion does carry unanimously. That takes us to item 8F. And we have two speakers, Scott Campbell, followed by Kathleen Lees.
Okay. Let's have a brief staff report on this item 8F from Jill Bankston.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. This is an item before you to hire a consultant to create a grant application for the federal RAISE grant program that funds infrastructure throughout the country. And we'd be seeking funding to supplement the Leucadia Streetscape Segment C project we have at the north end of the 101 to add additional features to that project.
Thank you.
Scott Campbell, followed by Kathleen Lees.
Is there a Scott Campbell in the house? Okay, well, let's go to Kathleen Lees, and if he appears.
Oh, here
there-
it comes.
Okay.
Things are going much faster now. That's good. So I think I'm in favor of this. I don't really love grants, but if we can get them, and thank you, Mayor Blakesford, for going to Washington and fighting for us. I love that. Back in 2015, two of you were on a piece of paper that I read today. In 2018, we had the Coastal Mobility and Livability Study that was published. And it called for increased east-west connections across the tracks. One cross every quarter mile. Now we're fighting to even get one. And we're fighting against this fencing. And we're going to actually pay extra to not have a chain link and get this post and rail fence, which is, it's kind of ridiculous. This is a big conflict. What changed? Why are we at this point now? This was 5, 6, 7 years ago when it was a done deal. We had cooperation, and it was a done deal. Now we're fighting for it. It's confusing to me, very confusing. A lot of the talk about is traffic calming. A perfect example is a new stop sign at Vulcan and La Casa Avenue. Everything that we do has a side effect. Newton discovered this hundreds of years ago. I try to get onto La Casa Avenue on Sheridan Avenue. There's oftentimes I can't. I mean, literally you cannot, because now with the stop sign, the cars are spaced perfectly. Whereas before, maybe there's a whole bunch and there was nothing. Now they're spaced perfectly. Was that what was intended? I don't think that was intended. Leucadia is the highest density area in Leucadia, in the whole city. There's going to be 1,000+ new units. Where are they going to go? How are they going to get to these new shops on Coast Highway? How are they going to get to the beach? Through the one stairs at Grandview, the barely able cliffs at Beacons Beach. Guess what? They're going to try to park in Balkan and the neighborhoods north. How are they going to get across? We need you to fight for at-grade rail crossings. Put that back on the highest priority like it was back 5 years ago, unlike it is now. Cardiff just got the cool rail trail. They don't get one at Verde. It's about equity. Put it where the money is, where the people live. I've heard this council talk about residents and not so much homeowners. Well, put it where the people are in the highest density. Thank you.
Evening, Council, Mayor, Ms. Antil. I just want to thank you for doing this because we have a lot of very expensive projects that are important in our community that need to get done, and we don't have that much money to spend on capital improvements. So I want to encourage you to continue to go after money that's out there, that's available to us, because it's just like sales. the answer is no if you don't ask. So thank you for doing that and encourage you to do more of it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd like to move approval of 8F.
I'll second.
Motion carries unanimously. That concludes the consent calendar.
Okay. So now we're on to our action items. This is item 10A. So the agenda item is an agenda item to terminate the term of Bruce Ehlers from the Encinitas Planning Commission effective immediately. And I understand we have a lot of speakers on this topic, and I will just make a few comments about why I support this and share my perspective on why it is needed. So first, I just want to share that it's important to note that the planning commissioners serve at the pleasure of the city council. And I say at the pleasure because that's actually the statutory language. So under the municipal code section 2.30.020, term and term limits, in our municipal code subsection A, it says persons appointed to a city board, commission, or committee serve at the pleasure of the city council. And then it talks about how to terminate a member's term in that municipal code section. So the planning commissioners have an advisory and an adjudicative role, and it's important to recognize that we have a lot of commissioners. So we have 49 total commissioners on 7 different commissions, and they're all dedicating themselves to the betterment of our community. The commissioners, while serving at the pleasure of the city council, need to be serving in good faith, and they need to be implementing the policies and objectives that are made by the elected leaders who were voted on by the people in the city and who appoint the commissioners. So through public statements and actions, Mr. Ehlers has demonstrated a consistent bias that prevents him from performing the core functions that are required of him, and he is unable to be an impartial adjudicator of the projects that are submitted to the Planning Commission. So serving as a planning commissioner is not a popularity contest, and voting to remove him is not based on how many people speak in favor of him or how much he is liked or respected by people in this room or in this community. The basis of my decision to vote to remove Mr. Ehlers is his self-created conflicts of interest and his public advocacy against the city's goals and legal requirements, which are to provide the opportunities for needed, affordable, and market rate housing in the city. Mr. Ehlers is financially and personally involved in litigation against the city. Notably, he filed a declaration of Bruce Ehlers in support of interveners' opposition. So this is this 4-page document dated June 30th, 2021 at 2 p.m. in front of Honorable Earl Moss III. This is a legal document. So this was a decision that was made by Mr. Ehlers to participate in litigation against the city. And the litigation involves the city trying to comply with mandatory state housing laws. So in my support of Mr. Ehlers to be on the Planning Commission several years ago, it was my hope that he would work to represent himself and his views while operating within the city's system in ways that would be beneficial for all of us. I had hoped that as a planning commissioner and a longtime involved resident, he would be able to understand and fully internalize the reality that the city of Encinitas lives underneath the laws of the state of California when it comes to housing laws and, of course, to all other laws. And I had hoped that he could work to improve housing projects and policies and to help the city achieve goals to provide more affordable and market rate housing. But over several years, these are not the choices that Mr. Ehlers has been making. And it's gotten to the point where it is simply untenable for him to remain in his position as a planning commissioner. From my perspective, it is simply not acceptable to have a planning commissioner who proposes unlawful solutions, who rejects housing projects without an adequate basis, who has had financial and leadership roles in community groups that sue the city, who self-creates conflicts that then require his recusal from considering the only project cited in his district of Alevenheim, and who uses the legitimacy of the Planning Commission position to undermine and subvert the city's goals. In summary, Mr. Ehlers' presence on the Planning Commission is a liability to the city of Encinitas. and therefore his obstructionist conduct necessitates his removal from the Planning Commission, which is consistent with the Encinitas Municipal Code. As a courtesy, I called Mr. Ehlers and told him that I had lost confidence in his ability to impartially and objectively perform the role of being a planning commissioner. I did not intend to have this be a public execution, as was stated earlier, that it was, as anybody who's worked in an organization knows, it is always better, and it's a courtesy if you offer someone the opportunity to resign first, which is what I thought I was doing. He refused, and so here we are tonight having this public discussion as he requested. So I look forward to filling the vacancy on the Planning Commission with one of the many qualified citizens who always apply for these appointments. And despite this unfortunate situation, I am thankful for Mr. Ehlers' many years of service to the city, and I, of course, wish him the best of luck in his future endeavors. So I'm going to ask if my council colleague, Councilmember Kranz, wants to make any comments before the public comments?
No, I think that I will just wait until after I hear public comments.
Okay. Let me see if anyone else wants to make any comments. Hold on a second. Okay, I do not see any others, so we will go to the public comments, and everybody will have 2 minutes.
Okay, I'll call you 3 at a time. First is Bruce Ehlers, CJ Minster, and then Ruben Flores.
I find it interesting you took 5 minutes there. Bruce Ehlers, 37-year resident. I have 2 speeches ready tonight. One is 10 minutes, which factually and logically refutes the errors and specious allegations in tonight's agenda report. My second is only 2 minutes in duration and simply answers the most egregious errors. It's unfortunate that the mayor has chosen to only allocate 2 minutes for my statement, even though I'm the target of this one-sided report. It's unfortunate, but not surprising, since this is the fundamental issue facing us tonight. The fundamental issue is the silencing of opposing voices and differing opinions. It's a sad day for Encinitas. But for the record, tonight's staff report is inaccurate. You will see that I did not have a conflict of interest, followed all applicable public disclosure laws correctly, gave fair and due process to each applicant before the Planning Commission. The report incorrectly states that I am the treasurer of an organization contributing to a lawsuit filed against the city. I was the treasurer of North County Advocates, but resigned that position last year to avoid potential conflict. I formally resigned the NCA board, its membership, and as the treasurer on September 17th, about 7 months ago. Prior to resigning, I did not discuss or communicate with NCA board members or project opponents regarding any projects that I reviewed on the Planning Commission. In short, for any project that came before me at the Planning Commission, I avoided any ex parte communication, as is required by the Planning Commission bylaws, state open meeting laws, city disclosure policies, and municipal code. In the case of the Goodson project, I chose to recuse myself almost a full year prior to the Planning Commission meeting. I did this to avoid the appearance of conflict. My recusal was not mandatory, as the report incorrectly implies, since I have no financial interest at stake and therefore do not have a statutory conflict of interest. I'm almost done. I also coordinated my recusal with the Assistant City Attorney, Barry Schultz, and did not discuss the project with anyone on Planning Commission, city staff, or city council. I have my full release statement will come out in a press release and is available via email request to Bruce at bruce@bruceforencinitas.com. Thank you.
CJ Minster, District 3. On the front page of tonight's agenda, under Know Your Rights under the Open Government Laws, it states, government's duty is to serve the public, reaching its decisions in full view of the public. Why then didn't the public know until after the fact that the mayor was demanding Mr. Ehlers' resignation? If Mr. Ehlers hadn't stated his requirement for public discussion, would residents have had this opportunity to refute the allegations against him? In a statement to the Coast News, Mayor Blakespear declares, Planning commissioners need to be unbiased and objective in evaluating projects, and he is not. We need to have commissioners working in good faith. I question why some of the commissioners appointed over the years with clear ties to commercial real estate and developer entities which stand to benefit from commission decisions were assumed to be working in good faith. The agenda report asserts that as treasurer for North County Advocates, which contributes money to the plaintiffs suing the city of Encinitas in opposition to the Goodson project, Mr. Ehlers had a conflict of interest. It fails to acknowledge that Mr. Ehlers resigned from NCA in September and voluntarily recused himself from all discussions and decisions related to that project. In April 2021, our neighborhood group, the Melba Alliance for a Safe and Healthy Environment, contracted with North County Advocates to serve as our avenue for tax-deductible donations. At that time, Mr. Ehlers told us in no uncertain terms that he would not discuss our project with us because it was a conflict of interest. He has never once violated that ethical commitment. Mr. Ehlers is one of the most qualified people to ever serve on the Planning Commission. He is knowledgeable, diligent, and considers all sides. Though I haven't always agreed with Mr. Ehlers, he is honest, forthright, and a person of character. You have chosen to malign his character by your actions to dismiss him from the Planning Commission. By maligning Mr. Ehlers, you demean and discredit yourselves.
Next speaker is Ruben Flores, followed by Dennis Caden, and then Susan Turney.
Okay, hold on a second. I'm going to ask that the speakers please stay within their time, and also that you refrain from clapping, and go ahead and use your hands to show your support. Thank you.
Those are two very difficult speeches to follow, but I'll do my best. Mayor, I'd like to give you a private opportunity to resign as a mayor. I'll give you a call later for that. Mayor Blakespeare and City Council Member Kranz, my public criticism of the mayor and the council wasn't meant to be taken as encouragement to commit even more barbaric acts. As a member of the public and former planning commissioner, I strongly condemn your proposal to remove future City Council member Bruce Ehlers as chairman of the Planning Commission. Your proposed rationale in the memo fails to articulate how Mr. Ehlers has not conducted his duty as a planning commissioner with the utmost care and recusing himself from any conflicts from his personal views. Why not then remove other planning commissioners who have also expressed similar opposing views to the council? As far as I remember, Bruce has always been very open and very clear on his approach to respect our local city code, development standards, and local plans to maintain rational growth in our city. Quite honestly, I was actually pretty surprised when you appointed him to the Planning Commission, given his prior outspoken criticism of high-density, indiscriminate growth that you all seem to adore in the name of demagoguery about affordable housing. So I was really shocked. I don't know what you were expecting. Singling out a servant and dedicated commissioner for your political maneuvering is another example of how tone-deaf and exclusive you all are. I do understand from the agenda report that it takes 3 votes to remove Mr. Ehlers from the Planning Commission. I do not expect the vote to be on his favor. Once you finish your fake deliberations, you will commit one of the most outrageous political crimes that I've witnessed in Encinitas. Thank you for continuing to shine the light on the way that this council behaves. And anyone continue to serve as an accomplice in this hunt
Ruben. Thank
should
you for
look
your
at
comments.
themselves in the mirror.
Thank you for your comments. We appreciate your comments. Thank you for your comments.
I'm not sure you do.
Please keep your comments within the time limit.
I am asking you.
Wait, sir, we're going to have a recess. We're in recess.
Oh, okay. Can we clap for a recess?
We need to get to. We have the city's business that we need to get to. So please find a seat. Please find a seat, everybody. So I called a recess because we need to restore order, and it's very important that we show respect to all the people in this room and follow the amounts of time that have been limited. And I would like to move through this item and hear from everybody, and I hope not to call future recesses, but if we are unable to keep order, I will need to continue calling recesses. So please, it takes all of us working together. I'm asking you to please continue to wave your hands, show your cards, express your support, speak at public comment, be respectful to the council, to each other, as we are to you and to each other. And we will now proceed, and please follow the 2 minutes and do not speak more than 2 minutes. Go ahead.
Next speakers are Dennis Caden, Susan Turney, Christy Clark, and then Natalie Satoon.
I am asking you not to remove Bruce Ehlers as chair of the Planning Commission. Mr. Ehlers has been exemplary at serving the citizens of Encinitas in a courteous, professional manner. He has done Encinitas a great service in preserving our precious community character with the greatest integrity. There's no need to do this. You swore to uphold the law and principles of the Encinitas General Plan, which includes Prop A. Where does it state in your oath of office the removal of free speech and opposing views and persons simply to get your own way? Are you under such heavy weight from your financial supporters within the building industry and Sacramento that you feel the need to sell out Encinitas for your own personal gain? Will you sell out Encinitas for a seat at the state Senate? Encinitas incorporated in 1986 to directly oppose those kinds of pressures. We, the voters of Encinitas, incorporated to stop at that time the developer's bulldozer. Your motives here tonight to remove Mr. Ehlers is equal to gassing up those same bulldozers with jet fuel. Do not remove Bruce Ehlers. It's my personal opinion. Mr. Ehlers has done more to allow Encinitas to grow according to the design of our general plan and our founders than this city council since Catherine Blakespear showed up. When we had at-large elections, no mayor had longer than 1 year of term. This was designed so no one got too much power. Shall your efforts tonight to use your power to remove Mr. Ehlers' point of view be a...
Thank you for your comments. Thank you for your comments.
Susan Turney, Encinitas. In statistics, mistakes fall equally on either side. So when mistakes from planning staff fall every time in favor of developers, we have corruption. Oddly, the mayor is threatened not by staff, but by Bruce Ehlers, someone known for his thorough reading of project reports, deep knowledge of the code, and corrections of staff's mistakes. Examples of a few caught by Bruce include Roy Sapau's unauthorized changing of city agendas last year that delayed discussion of inclusionary housing and an increase of the affordable housing requirement. Several instances where commissioners' votes were changed in the record after the fact. Todd Moreau's removal of 2 developer conditions on a project from an existing report. You are unforgivably ignorant or worse yet supportive of what goes on at Planning Commission if you believe that Bruce's, quote, actions are not consistent with the goals and policies, end quote, of the city. Does this mean that you think that underhanded, deceptive behavior by staff is consistent with our goals and policies? Your trumped-up charges defame arguably the most honest and knowledgeable commissioner we have ever had. With his firing, who will have our backs? Please do not say professional staff. Organizational dishonesty is top-down. Your planted social media posts against Bruce for his support of 50% affordable housing ignores the fact that the other commissioners extended the same support. You blame Bruce for Kevin Doyle's 50% analysis. That was Kevin's, not Bruce's. At least be consistent and equitable and fire all 5 commissioners for their failure to uphold your apparent values. Bruce was singled out for one reason only, to repay your developer campaign donors who want him out of the way. Voters, take note and remember in November who this bunch is really working for, because it isn't us.
Next speaker is Christy Clark, followed by Natalie Satoon, followed by Teresa, followed by Amy McCord.
Thank you for letting me speak today. I've been a resident of Liebenheim for 28 years. I'm aware of Proposition A and the fight Encinitas residents have had to maintain the right that the public keep the right to vote on any project increases, existing zoning density, with the general plan height limit as well, something that Mayor Blakespear does not support. Mr. Ellers is the voice of reason for all of Encinitas as one of the planning commissioners. His work supporting Prop A and the residents of Encinitas has been outstanding. You, our mayor and city council members, appointed him his current position for being a fair, equitable, and honest citizen of Encinitas. His 30-plus years as a resident and advocate for citizens' rights places him at a high standard in my book. His right to his perspective or differing opinion as a planning commissioner executing his duties to the council and citizens of Encinitas makes him a threat to your agenda when his views don't align with yours. Your quote, is at the pleasure of the city council, end quote, is highlighted in your action item as something Mr. Ellers is supposed to serve, not be your yes man. Mr. Ellers has no conflict of interest when it comes to development and zoning in Encinitas. Your constituents, the residents of Encinitas, recognize that the only conflict of interest lies with you in whether Bruce agrees with Mayor Blakespear and the rest of our council that hasn't shown us you are willing to stand up against what the mayor wants instead of looking out for what's right for the residents and what we want. Mr. Ellers has been a champion for affordable housing, as I am and our Encinitas residents are. We are all against massive 7-story monstrosities built in single-family home communities forced on us by the laws of the state of California. Our position of fair housing would be better supported if the homes that had been made available as low-income housing had been sold to qualified individuals instead of a wealthy LLC. The purpose was to put homeownership in the hands of those who currently cannot afford it and provide the services within the city that are needed.
Good evening, Natalie Satoon. For those who missed the February Equity Committee meeting, some notable highlights can be found concerning applicant qualifications for committees and commissions between minutes 18 and 26. While the very steep learning curve was noted for planning commissioners, knowledge, education, or expertise in planning and housing is considered no longer a condition in providing strong representation. Rather, selected candidates will not wear the same pair of shoes. Even you, Mayor Blakespear, said commissioners, quote, get up there and figure it out, unquote. It was suggested that an annual Citizens Academy, Kelly, be held for interested residents to learn basic functionality of government. A series of 3 weekend workshops would allow the city to become more intentional with diversity, as well as adequately prepare applicants for a successful role in government, training those without related backgrounds. Stipends were discussed to attract younger commissioners. According to one committee member, the experience of being a renter or a single mom is sufficient qualification for this board. Bruce Ehlers, apologies to you. As of February, you no longer meet the gender, skin color, age, education, or housing preference demographic the city of Encinitas seeks for leadership. Tony Kranz, co-authoring this recommendation for termination makes you complicit with our mayor's discriminatory practices. Any of you who vote in favor, are complicit as well. I am requesting you not remove Bruce Ehlers. Thank you.
Next speaker is Teresa, followed by Amy McCord, Howard Krause, and then Ian Thompson. Is Teresa here?
I already, no, not doing that.
Okay, Amy McCord. Amy will be followed by Howard Kraus and then Ian Thompson.
As a longtime resident of Liebenhain, I have known and trusted Bruce Ehlers for more than 20 years. I believe that the allegations made against him are false and misleading. Having watched many Planning Commission meetings, I've always been impressed by the way Bruce applies his vast knowledge of municipal code and state laws to development in the planning stage. He has used every means available to him to avoid the potential for a conflict of interest. Bruce resigned from North County Advocates. He is not now, nor has he ever been, a board member or director of Encinitas RRD, and he recused himself on the project in question. Bruce has remained constant in his commitment to work for the best interests of the community and to protect our city from poorly planned developments. His voice of reason has been invaluable on the Planning Commission. It is noteworthy that the many letters of support for Bruce written to City Council from the community represent people with views on all sides of the issues. Bruce has the ability to work with opposing sides because with him, facts come first. What I value most about Bruce is about the job that Bruce has done is his honesty and transparency. I'm appalled that you only allowed him 2 minutes to speak for himself. Yeah. That's really shameful. And I urge you not to remove him. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I'm Dr. Howard Kraus, a resident of Carlsbad. I'm here as former president and now treasurer of North County Advocates. We are a volunteer citizens organization whose mission is to preserve and protect the quality of life, environment, and character of coastal North County of San Diego, especially La Costa and Encinitas, from the negative impacts of excessive development. I can go on. Anyway, I have never previously attended any Encinitas city meetings, nor commented on any city business. But I am here tonight to clarify the record regarding Planning Commissioner Bruce Ehlers. Prior to serving on the Planning Commission, Mr. Ehlers was one of the founding volunteer board members of North County Advocates, where he served as distinction as CFO treasurer until his resignation in September of 2021. Once on the Planning Commission, while he had no legal conflict, nevertheless, Mr. Ehlers scrupulously avoided even the appearance of a conflict of interest by recusing himself and leaving our meeting whenever a project plan for Encinitas was discussed. And I have minutes from our meetings that document exactly that. Now, the contentious 240-unit Goodson apartment complex in Encinitas in Liebenhain was discussed at some of our meetings, but Mr. Ehlers has recused himself from all Planning Commission deliberations regarding that proposed project. I also have his letter of resignation here from NCA and minutes from our September meeting where his resignation was submitted, and I was forced to resign as president and become treasurer. A bigger job.
Thank you for your comments. Thank you for your comments, sir. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your comments. It's been 2 minutes. Thank you.
I'll answer.
Sir, thank you for your comments.
Next speaker is Ian Thompson, followed by Rhonda Graves, David Hill, and then Julie Thunder.
Welcome to the autocracy that is Encinitas. Outrageous, such rhetoric only applies to oppressive regimes like Russia, China, or Venezuela. Let me explain. The definition of an autocrat is a ruler who has absolute power, someone who insists on complete obedience from others. Our town now has a council where the mayor has handpicked 3 of its 4 members and which votes in lockstep with her positions. Most of you have aligned with Ms. Blakespeare 100% of the time throughout your tenure. That puts our democracy at risk. As further evidence, Prop A and measures U and T, all voter initiatives and reasonable checks on the council's power resulted in the residents voting down the housing elements proposed by the city. What did the mayor do? In 2019, she sued the residents of Encinitas to nullify our votes. Now it's the turn of a person whose commitment to the quality of life in Encinitas is unquestioned, Bruce Ehlers, whose thousands of hours of volunteer work on city projects, commissions, and within the community is nothing short of exceptional. His crime, being a contrary voice in the discussions regarding the overdevelopment, not increased development, but overdevelopment in Encinitas and the threatened destruction of our quality of life in this town. Say hello to our own Alexei Navalny. Had Mr. Ehlers been in lockstep with Ms. Blakespeare over the past few years, we would not be discussing his future, observed Mr. Kranz, who dared to support the initiative titled Neighborhood Voices, where California cities are bonding together to contest State Bills 9 and 10, which requires almost all towns, including Encinitas, to ratchet up their housing. Why is he not facing the same firing squad as Mr. Ehlers? I would urge the members of this council to show some independent thinking and support Mr. Ehlers and all reasonable contrarian points of view, as a healthy democracy is predicated on such voices to come up with the best solutions, even if they may not align with the mayor's vision for how she believes this city should evolve.
Rhonda Graves, Olevenhain. My husband and I bought our property up here 46 years ago, and I was an employee of the city of Encinitas for just under 20 years. When I retired, I came to almost all the council meetings for years, and I have never, ever seen anything like this happen in Encinitas. What you are doing is an embarrassment to this city. Bruce Ehlers has done more to protect this city and Olevenhain than all of you combined. What you are doing, Catherine, I know you have a crew you're trying to get out and go house to house in Carlsbad to tell them about you, thinking that the residents of Carlsbad don't know enough about you. I'm raising my hand to go because they have every right to know what you do in your own city.
Next speaker is David Hill, followed by Julie Thunder, Jean Chapo, and then Cindy Cremona.
Good evening, Council. I'm David Hill. I've been here many times before, speaking before you on other issues. But this time, I'm really disturbed. I got an email from the mayor asking me would I participate in going around Carlsbad as a canvasser, knocking on doors and extolling the virtues of the brightening of California. I think I would tell the truth on these doors, on these people in Carlsbad, what is happening here tonight. And I think it's outrageous. I really do. The shared goals is unbelievable. I have to ask, is this charade being played out here tonight a shining example of brightening California's future? Somehow I don't think so. I hope you people realize this, what you're doing tonight. Hardly is more of a harbinger of a doom. The voters of Carlsbad will not be impressed unless this hypocrisy is called a halt now and Bruce Ehlers is reinstated as the chair. Thank you.
Julie Thunder here, Cardiff resident and candidate for City Council. While you do have the right to terminate any commissioner, this kabuki theater is not right. Bruce Ehlers has been an opponent of the mayor's, thank you for this, of the mayor's pro-high-density policies. But that didn't stop this council from appointing him to the Planning Commission, not once, but twice. Bruce brings knowledge and experience to the table, and for months, you were comfortable with the presumption that he makes decisions based on the law, not his own preferences. But appointed commissioners do not give up their right to speak on public matters. So statements made by Bruce can't be a proper basis for dismissing him. But what about his actions? The complaint is made that by voting for a 50% inclusionary policy, Bruce somehow crossed a line. The mayor says this was unlawful, but she is wrong. The law states that the city can't impose conditions that would prevent developers from building new projects. So it was your guess that the 50% requirement would have that effect. It might not be what HCD wants, but it's not against the law to try. If that's really the issue here, will you now go after Kevin Doyle? It was his financial model that convinced the commission that 50% would work. Are all the commissioners about to be sacked? If you had accepted their 50%, we would have been able to fulfill all of our affordable mandate in this cycle. Instead, when all 15 sites are built out, we won't even be halfway to our requirement, which means we'll need to build thousands more units in the next cycle just to catch up.
Thank you.
Good evening, Gene Chapo. Cutting off the speakers after 2 minutes is really criminal. That's an awful thing to do. You are making a very big mistake this evening, Catherine and Tony. Sorry. You're going to be judged when this is all said and done as being petty, childish for this political gesture. You're operating like frightened children. Bruce is going to come away from this in a very positive and strong way with regard to his candidacy. You haven't done harm to him, you've really helped him. Bruce has been in all of these years that I've known him, a tireless volunteer for service to this city. And he has done so much for this city, longer than you have been in political service. I served with him on the Planning Commission as long as I've known Bruce. I've always known that he has listened and was willing to make a decision based on the evidence that was in front of him, often changing his own mind. Bruce is a person of great integrity, great intelligence, and great honesty. And I think you're making a big mistake by letting him go. We need this kind of cooperation. We need this kind of opposition, even if it is an opposing viewpoint. I think what's happening this evening has to do mostly with quelching an opposing viewpoint. Lastly, and I'm probably not going to take my whole okay. The eyes this evening should be on Tony Kranz. Tony, you're wanting to run for mayor of this city. And if what you're going to do is the same old, and we're all going to be forced to continue on with this fiasco,
Next speaker is Cindy Cremona, followed by John Schuster, Jim Ryan, and then Kurt Grosclose.
Cindy Cremona, Lucadia, and candidate for mayor of Encinitas. Mayor and council, tonight you are set to fit Planning Commissioner Bruce Ehlers with the hangman's noose. Firing Bruce with such flimsy cause is reflective of a like-minded city council consolidating power and eliminating an annoying enemy. Your ouster of Commissioner Ehlers follows a pattern of this mayor and council handpicking supporters for powerful positions. For example, 3 of the 4 current council members were originally chosen from within by appointment. With elections coming in November, the makeup of the city council will change. Shouldn't a new city council elected by the people determine how to populate our commissions and committees? Are you rushing to unseat Bruce ahead of key votes on the Clark and other projects? In all likelihood, the new council will have Bruce as a member. It is no secret that he is running for the Olevenheim seat. Dismissing Bruce from the Planning Commission only lays the groundwork for division on the City Council once he's elected. It also strengthens his campaign. Councilmember Kranz, it's also no secret that you are running for mayor. You know that as a planning commissioner, Bruce has always put residents' interests first. Today, by co-docketing Bruce's walking papers with Mayor Blakespear, you are showing the community that despite being the senior council member, you would govern in the same power-hungry manner as she. Bruce deserves better, Encinitas deserves better. As a planning commissioner, Bruce analyzes issues down to their nanoparticles. Does he have opinions? Of course. Are his affiliations unlawful or even untoward? No. They're just not the same as yours. More importantly, have Bruce's affiliations precluded his neutrality on the
Thank you.
Mayor, City Council, I'm John Schuster. I live on Crest Drive, just north of Melba Road. Because there's a proposed 30-unit development for Melba Road, there's a lot of neighborhood opposition. You're probably all aware of that. And I have witnessed from my home what goes on in some of the Planning Commission meetings, where we have had some representatives come there to speak, and they've appealed to the Planning Commission for support. And I've heard Mr. Ehlers say that there's nothing we can do about it. You need to work with city staff. I've heard him say that time and again. So there you go. So I was shocked to hear that he was being forced to leave. Another thing that I am shocked by is that the Torrey Pines along Melba Road are still in jeopardy. I would have thought by now, when there was a movement to have them, some of them designated as heritage trees, that that would be a mechanism that would work and that a city would support that. Well, I saw the thing that that Brian Staver sent, the letter to the city staff on that. I, over a year ago, had the recording documents for the easement along Melba Road pulled. And the road easement extends 20 feet out from the center line of the road. In addition to that, there is a slope easement outboard of that. And I couldn't tell from the documents how wide that is, but my guess it's 10 to 15 feet to get a gradual slope so that you don't have runoff problems into the street. So
Next speaker is Jim Ryan, followed by Kurt Grosclose, Sarah Lifton, and then Lori Michaels.
Yes, my name is Jim Ryan, and our family's lived in this area for 47 years, and we've seen the community change a lot. I've never seen anything like this, and especially what you're doing to Mr. Ehlers, who I've followed over the years, has really supported the community in the right way. And I just think it's terrible what you're doing, and doing it in closed session is really bad. The community had no idea this was going to happen beforehand. And I'm just really disgusted about the unsafe bike lanes and all the pictures in the paper of you, of the mayor, opposing with their bicycle. These are unsafe bike lanes. They're little lines on the side of the road. The only safe bike lane, which there was an article in the paper in the Coast Dispatch by someone named Blackshear, who said this about unsafe bike lanes being voted in. And now we have the electric bikes, which people can rent. And I'm seeing 12 11, 12-year-old kids riding these through the neighborhoods, riding through red lights. They're dangerous. They're creating a tremendous liability with the joint and several liability law that California has for the community. It's going to cost millions and millions of dollars from these accidents. And you're really pushing it. I just came down Vulcan Avenue, and I just couldn't believe coming down there, and everything is so narrow. You're going to have some really bad liability issues there. And Mayor Blackshear, I think for Mr. Ehlers and doing this in closed session, this is not Russia, okay? You can see we have people that are not afraid. They want to speak up and voice their opinion. And what you're doing backing this proposition from Sacramento 9 and 10, everybody moved to this area because of the character of the community. They want to maintain it.
Madam Mayor,
Thank you for your comments.
I would like to make it clear that this issue has never been discussed in closed session. The report out from closed session was regarding a meeting that we had on April 6th, and you can check the agenda for that meeting to see that, in fact, there was no discussion of this issue on that agenda.
My name is Kurt Grosclose. I've been an Encinitas resident for 33 years. I'm here tonight to ask you to not remove Bruce Ehlers from the Planning Commission. My rationale on that is because there are errors in the agenda report. First error has already been discussed, where he is not the treasurer with a vested interest. But I want to go a little deeper, where it talks about commissioners are subordinate to the policymaking authority and direction of elected members of the council. I was on the Planning Commission for 5 years, and never once did a city council member ever come to me and try to direct me how to proceed as a planning commissioner, how to vote, how to decide. And if they had, I would not have done it. The Planning Commission is a very prescriptive body. It needs to follow statutes. It needs to follow guidelines. Bruce is one of the best at knowing, I call it he's in the weeds, because he knows all the details. I met Bruce 6 years ago when he and I debated one another on Measure T. I represented the city in favor of T, and he represented the opposition. Obviously, you can guess we didn't agree on a whole lot that day. But we worked together, we listened, and we heard one another. Subsequently, we have worked together on the Housing Element Task Force, which I was involved with several of you, and I found Bruce to be extremely knowledgeable. Bruce is very transparent. There's no way you don't know where Bruce stands. And the integrity that Bruce has is beyond reproach, in my opinion. So where does that leave us? You guys have the power to remove Bruce tonight. It's very clear in this document. I do not believe that you have the right to remove him. So I'm going to ask you, where are you going to make your decision? Are you going to make it on the power base, or are you going to make it on doing the right thing? Please do not remove him from the commission.
Next speaker is Sarah Lifton, followed by Lori Michaels, and then Sheila Cameron.
Sarah Lifton, I live in Olivenhain. Of all the appalling things this council and mayor have done over the past several years, rampant cronyism, a consistently dismissive attitude toward residents who disagree with you, deliberately ignoring public safety concerns when they conflict with your agenda, and nonstop closed meetings, to name a few. This latest maneuver against Bruce Ehlers really takes the cake. Bruce is a highly ethical, extremely knowledgeable, and dedicated public servant who has served this city for many years. He has recused himself to avoid any hint of impropriety or conflict of interest. To claim that he can't be impartial is ludicrous. That's really the pot calling the kettle black. And I have to believe it is nothing more than a power play by arrogant and insecure officials intended to undermine his campaign for city council. It is my fervent hope that if you proceed with this ill-conceived move, it backfires on every one of you. I'm a lifelong Democrat, but I'm embarrassed to be in the same party as you. And rest assured that I will never vote for any of you for anything. It's way past time you remembered who you serve, and it's not the developers, and it's not Sacramento, it's the people of Encinitas. And if they have any sense, they'll remove you all from office at the earliest opportunity. Thank you.
Lori Michaels, Encinitas. Some of you know me and know I rarely come to council anymore, as it seems to have become fruitless. I keep watching and keeping up on meetings on TV and have certainly disagreed with some unanimous decisions. I rarely, perhaps never, have stood here and spoken about political issues. However, I was so aroused, actually gobsmacked, by the injustice you do to Bruce that I had to come and speak up. Mayor Catherine, I like you, and you know I support you. I have supported you, but I'm seeing more and more that opposing and/or diverse public opinions are, while received politely, are dismissed and rejected. You even said today this is not a popularity contest, like it had already been decided, and you weren't going to listen to what we had to say. I spoke to someone in public office who can't, by nature of their elected position, address you all this evening. They said to me, and I'm quoting, "The Planning Commission is a political appointment and the council has the right to unseat Bruce, and they won't listen to you anyway. For Catherine, it's her way or the highway." Unquote. Elections are coming up. Bruce is running for council and has great community support, as proven by the winning propositions he's sponsored. But his positions are not aligned with the building industry, and that poses a threat to those of you who choose to surrender to their money and power rather than hold out for more affordable housing, as should be your public service responsibility. And why you, Tony? You know I support you, and you've been the one voice to not always vote with.
Thank you, Lori.
Next speaker is Sheila Cameron, followed by Kevin Doyle, Karen Caden, and then Kevin McClave.
So Bruce, how you doing? Sheila Cameron. I've lived in Encinitas 48 years. I helped incorporate the city starting in 1984. I'm a former city council member and mayor and an activist for over 35 years. I say this so that it is clear to everyone that I do have a history of the commissions, particularly the Planning Commission and its duties. The commissions were created to serve the citizens of Encinitas. The Planning Commission's primary role is to know and interpret the land use municipal code. I doubt there is a council member or staff that is knowledgeable as the current chair of the Planning Commission, Bruce Ehlers. The commissions act as a conduit between the citizens and City Council. The Planning Commissioner's duty is to listen to the citizens, weigh their concerns and requests with the Commissioner's knowledge of the land use and housing element, and make findings, vote, and send recommendations to the Council. Yes, there is a phrase that the Commissioners serve at the pleasure of the Council, but that does not give the mayor or council members the right to abuse that privilege. Commissioners are not council lackeys. They are independent representatives of the people who report to you and keep you informed and make your job easier. This evening, you have a conundrum. You've made accusations against a longtime schooled planning commissioner that, as it turns out, are based on a false premise. You have no cause for requesting his termination. As Mr. Ingram wrote in the Coast News, the timing of his ouster from the commission amounts to nothing more than politically motivated attempt to scrub opposing viewpoints from local governance. I agree.
Thank you, Sheila. Thank you. Sheila, thank you for your comments.
I suggest you consider walking this back, because if you don't, the voters of Encinitas are watching.
Thank you.
Thank you for
your time tonight. My name is Kevin Doyle from Old Encinitas. As usual, I did a lot of research on this. Not going to bore you with any of it. 5 years ago, when I was first appointed to the Planning Commission, I had two really great mentors, Glenn O'Grady and Bruce Ehlers. And Bruce really taught me about how findings work and how clear reasons for our actions. I didn't know what findings were. I was a total novice at the start. Now, Glenn O'Grady was the one who taught me the same things, but also taught me when I was really conflicted that I should follow my heart. And my brain might have said it might have been best for me to just sit home and watch this on TV, but my heart said I had to be here. I had to be here. Bruce has been, it's been awesome working with him. His knowledge, his integrity, he's truly been a role model throughout this process. Now, his handling of the conflict with the Goodson case, I mean, we work in the public sphere. We all have conflicts. All of the commissioners who come here, we all have been involved in numerous neighborhood organizations. We're made of conflicts. We're the people who conflicts happen to. So we have very clear rules on how they're handled. And honestly, how Bruce handled his recusal from the Goodson project was really, it was noteworthy. It was a role model for me. I felt really proud and a little annoyed because I kept asking him questions, thinking I'd get a hint of where his brain is. He didn't. I got nothing from him. So I really think this is a mistake to remove him. I've no doubt that he's going to be able to hear cases clearly, effectively, without bias, because that's what he's been done. That's what he's been doing for the last 5 years.
Next speaker is Karen Caden, followed by Kevin McClave, Jeff Nathan, Dolores Welty, and then Lori Green.
Good evening to all. I've been a resident 41 years, 9 months pregnant, walking for the city to become a city in 1986. I've been to several planning meetings. I did a lot of volunteer for the city, so I don't think anybody here is a nobody. Everybody cares about the city of Encinitas. We care about how you vote for us. So I'm going to read my letter now. We, the people, do not want our city elected representatives to terminate Bruce. Bruce is intelligent, objective, provides input, guidance. He takes the lead in reviewing projects. He works in the good faith for the city and their citizens. Bruce promotes public interest in understanding the character of our general plan and our citizens' future in Encinitas. As a reminder to our council, it's an honor bestowed upon you by the voters to trust you in representing the interests of the citizens. I remind the public that our mayor sued the city on Proposition A. That was in conflict in the voters, and we would like to see you remove yourself.
Kevin McClave. I was founding member of a neighborhood group that, unless I'm mistaken, still has open litigation against the city, contending numerous California Environmental Quality Act violations in an affordable development approval that consists of 9 5,000 square foot mansions crammed into 2 acres. Bruce Ehlers sat on the Planning Commission when that project came through. He ultimately voted to approve the project after 3 revisions by the applicant, because in his view, it finally complied with the law. So when I hear our mayor slander him, frankly, it's insulting. Bruce Ehlers has more integrity in his little finger than this entire council put together. And that's why this dismissal will lead to the exact opposite results you seek. When citizens feel that government no longer acts in their interest under the law, citizens push back. And this is clearly evidenced by the record number of suits against the city today. So here are 3 examples of major project violations city planning staff ignored. Incomplete soil studies on a known toxic dump site directly across an upwind from an elementary school. Inadequate emergency access, ironically approved by Fire Marshal Anita Pupping, who we now know was facing pressure at the time to downplay such things before she was fired, and attempting to circumvent equity requirements that market-rate homes can't have more bedrooms than the affordable home by labeling 200-square-foot rooms with walk-in closets and full baths as studies. Bruce insisted on equal application of the law, telling the developer that if we have to comply, so do you. City staff didn't do it, the people did it, and the Planning Commission under Bruce Ehlers did it. And I would think that a council who claims to value public safety, the environment, and social equity would take note of this man's commitment to due process and applaud it. But we know that this has little to do with equal application of the law, and it has more to do with the seeking of higher office. And what does it gain someone to lose their soul and their city?
Next speaker is Jeff Nathan, followed by Dolores Welty, and then Lori Green.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is Jeff Nathan, resident of New Encinitas. I planned to give a little 2-minute speech, but there have been so many wonderful testimonials of Bruce that I've decided to forego that. I will simply say this. Philosophically, I think I am much more aligned with the current council in regards to the housing element, much more than I am with Bruce. That said, I've known Bruce for over 20 years. We have worked together on political campaigns. Like him, I have served as a commissioner. And I would suggest that if there are fundamental disagreements with Bruce, that you have a better remedy, which is simply not to renew his position on the Planning Commission once his 2 years are up. As a former traffic commissioner 20 years ago, I know that all commissioners serve at the pleasure of the council, but doing this will, if you decide to recall him, will come across as petty and vindictive, blatantly political, and you will alienate voters like myself who in general approve of the job that you are doing. So please, I ask you to vote no. Thank you very much.
I speak in favor of keeping Bruce on Planning Commission. I live on a cul-de-sac. My only exit is on La Costa. And I'm facing 48 houses on the western property. The hotel at La Costa N101 is finished now after having been approved 30 years plus years ago. A new hotel, a timeshare, and restaurant is going on between the 48 houses and the filling station off La Costa. 77 condos are proposed for the Jesus Saves property. And now the restaurant that right by the hotel on 101, that's the Mariah property, is coming up for. Plus, across the street, which is across the freeway, there are the 149 houses by right proposed for the Cannon property on Piraeus and Plato. So while not many of you watch the Planning Commission, I've been pretty busy on Zoom watching the way they treat these proposals one by one by one, the time that they spend researching what the city law is, what the city ordinances are, what the city's general plan says, and I have to say they are wonderful. I never leave a Planning Commission meeting without being thankful for the knowledge they show, not only Bruce, but others on the commission as well. I certainly support him. You know that he supports the general plan. The words you saw Mayor Blakespear see on TV tonight, those are Bruce's heartfelt words as well. He has always followed an excellent research
Final speaker is Lori Green.
Okay, am I at the right length or height or whatever? Okay. I had back surgery about 4 weeks ago, so I'm a little limpy, but I had to come. You know, a good politician, I'm puzzled. I'm actually just puzzled by what's going on. Good politicians don't pit citizens against a man like Bruce Ehlers, who has been around for, and I've lived here before incorporation, I'll put it that way. They just don't. It's just, I've never seen this, and I have been to many council meetings over the years. I thought Jerome Stocks was bad. This isn't, he looks good right about now. I gotta tell you. So I can only draw one conclusion from this. It's petty, it's silly, it's childish, and it shows me that you don't give a darn about the citizens of this city. Not one bit. You care about higher office for Catherine. You care about getting mayor. The first time you ran, you didn't get mayor, and we talked. Next time when you won, I remember, Tony, you saying, well, the people like me now. And people that never spoke to me before now speaking to me. I remember that. I have, maybe old, but I still remember things. And I don't recall you recusing yourself on anything on Leichtag when you went to Israel on JFS's money. So it's perplexing to me, but you know what? It doesn't surprise me. I would hope that you don't fire Bruce. I suspect you will. Thank you.
Mayor, that does conclude speakers, and then we do have 38 individuals who registered opposition to the recommended action but chose not to speak.
Okay, thank you. And their names will be entered into the record?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, well, thank you for your comments. I know that you don't see this, that you don't believe me when I say this, but I feel that I need to summarize again that I welcome debate and diversity of opinions. Please, please, we did not interrupt you when you were speaking. Please, do not make me call another recess. Let me please finish speaking. I feel that it is not debate and diversity of opinions. To me, it is a step too far when we have a planning commissioner who is involved in suing the city, who rejects compliant housing projects, and who creates conflicts that require recusal. So I'm going to move the recommendation, which is the termination of the term of Bruce Ehlers from the Encinitas Planning Commission.
Career suicide. Come on, Tony, do the right thing, man. Have some guts, council. Do the right thing, Tony.
Please, please. Councilmember Kranz.
Yeah, I would second for discussion, and I think that it's important that I get some clarification on a few things before I can decide how to vote. I would like to note a couple of things. One is that my personal relationship with Bruce goes way back. Started with a lunch with Maggie Houlihan in 2010 when I was running for city council for the first time. Bruce was a political advisor to Maggie throughout her campaigns, and so she introduced the two of us so that I could get some of his insights into how to be successful. I was not successful in 2010, but was fortunate enough to be successful in 2012. I consider him a friend and have always had a fine relationship with him, and was supportive of his appointment as a planning commissioner. But there are some other issues that I think are really important, and those are the institutional issues. And as a city, the role of commissioners is to carry out city policy adopted by the legislative body. And that is the city council, and there have been many city councils before me, and there will be many city councils after me, and it's really important that the institutional integrity remain intact. And commissioners have an obligation to carry out policy. Now, you talk about all these 5-0 votes, but the reality is that I have opposed several motions that were pretty critical, and I, as the one in a 4-to-1 vote, that's never any fun. But in fact, the issue that was being litigated before a judge requesting declaratory relief, I had opposed going to the courts for that. I thought that HCD's requirement that we address issues that they had with Proposition A should be handled by going back to the voters. But we only had those two choices. And so while I did my best to convince my colleagues that we should take it to the voters instead of going to the courts, I lost that. So, you know, it was frustrating because in the the declaration that Bruce made, the reality is that I agreed with him. And so it was really pretty frustrating because I know, though, that even though I was the one, it was important that I support the institution. The role of a council member and a planning commissioner and all of our commissioners is to support the institution by carrying out the policies. So in his declaration, when he states that he's currently the chairman of the Planning Commission for the city of Encinitas, and I've served on the commission twice from 2002 to 2004, and again starting in 2017 to the present, you know, that is an inappropriate statement to be making as a commissioner. The other weird thing about this, and I never talked to Bruce about it, but there were plenty of people that could have made this declaration that would have not put in jeopardy your service on the Planning Commission. Now, perhaps we were wrong for not taking this issue up back when that declaration was made in 2021. But the reality is that, quite frankly, I, like you all, think that Bruce is a fine commissioner. I think he does a really good job when he's hearing projects. I think the problem that he has is that he disagrees with policies that this council has adopted, and he's not hesitant to make those statements. In fact, his campaign for the council started by blasting a whole bunch of policies that the council has adopted. So it's my question for Bruce would be, yes, please, how is it that you can campaign against the policies that the council has adopted and maintain your integrity as a commissioner who is obligated to carry out policies adopted by the council?
Where do I start? First of all, let's make sure we understand what lawsuit and what deposition. What was the deposition?
Oh, but wait a minute. No, let's just start with that.
But hang on.
No.
First of all, well, if you're going to cut me off, then
I'm going
just...
to ask you to answer the question, which is, how can you campaign deriding the council's policies and carry out those policies as a commissioner?
I feel like that's a setup.
No, it's not a setup. It's
Well,
just
no,
a pretty straightforward
you
question.
had some. There's a lot of omission in your setup. We got to note who sued whom in the deposition. In fact, I think the deposition you're talking about was about the intervener status for Prop A, where the council sued the proponents of Prop A, and I am a proponent of Prop A being the prime author. So who put me on the spot for that deposition was this council.
This wasn't a deposition. This was a voluntary declaration that you made. And you were the interveners, and the reality is there were
Right.
several people that were involved in Prop A that could have made this same declaration.
But I was both the spokesman and the author. And again, I did not initiate the legal proceeding there. It was the council choosing to first file a lawsuit against the proponents of Prop A and 100 John Does, and then 3 months later, 3.5 months later, to change.
Remember, I agreed with you.
I agree.
with you.
I agree.
So
yeah.
At this point, I'm asking you a question. How can you carry out your role as a planning commissioner if you have a campaign underway to undermine the policies that the council has adopted?
Easy. I am in a you're primarily talking about the quasi-judicial role of planning commissioners. And that is the evidence, the direct evidence in front of us. It has nothing to do with running for office. And in fact, it's extremely common for planning commissioners to run for office. This is very common. You have the same problem sitting up there. You are running for mayor. I have no problem being fair, impartial, unbiased. And in those cases, which I have never gotten a chance to sit here and talk the facts, every one of the cases, and you've heard it from the people, they've done it for me because they're involved on each one of these. And each one, I'm extremely careful not to get ex parte communication, not to pre-communicate my position on the cases in front of me. And so to answer your question very directly, it's because I'm very careful with the cases in front of me that I am free, which I am free because we all have the right to speech. I am free to take positions for or against the council policy. I am not a slave to the policy of the council. I'm sorry.
So my point would be that, in fact, you have free speech, and I would encourage you, I'm pleased to see that you're running for a policy position in the city council.
Absolutely.
That's great. But, you know, if you're going to exercise free speech that is in opposition to policies, then you might resign from the planning commission in order to be able to have that free speech and not have the conflict
I'm
with
sorry,
your role
but,
as a commissioner.
But respectfully, I have that free speech now. I think you've heard, I was joking, we have a quorum of planning commissioners past and present here. I think if you put that requirement that they cannot have opinions outside those of, frankly, the mayors.
Nobody's saying you can't have an opinion.
Well, but that is exactly what's happening.
When it's against the council policy.
I get very little time, so let me talk. It really comes down to, I did a declaration for a lawsuit initiated by the city where I am the spokesperson, was the spokesperson, I'm the prime author, I'm the obvious choice. And in fact, what the judge said in the transcript of that in response to my deposition, and I think Roy Sapau was the other, so Roy should be removed, but city staff, he said he was trying to figure out who was being more reasonable. And he found for us. Yeah. And not only did he find for us to let us become interveners, but when it came down to the judge and he made his decision, it was resoundingly us for California constitutional reasons.
Right, and so that's why, you know, I voted to go to the voters.
I understand.
So, but Susan, I see Susan here, she could have easily made the same declaration, and then that wouldn't have violated this issue of...
Why would you expect in an adjudicative looking for relief, why would you put in somebody, why wouldn't you put in the most qualified or the person who's been the spokesperson? I was the logical person.
So when you made the choice to make that, your role as a commissioner is in jeopardy.
I think if
we missed that. Now, my question to you is going forward, how does somebody appearing before the Planning Commission with a project, when you have stated you disagree with these policies, that you're able to hear their case in an unbiased way? They come with a council candidate who is railing against the policies that they're supposed to comply with.
I would have to say the same way that you do it for people on the opposite side.
Well, actually,
and it's quite that simple.
No, it's different.
Well, I think the voters of Encinitas and the people in the audience will disagree and will agree with me.
I think that is, you know, I mean, and the reality is that this is incredibly divisive. I recognize that, and it's unfortunate that it came to this. Perhaps we should have taken action sooner. In the meantime, we're in a situation where we've got to make a decision, and you know, it's going to be something that will be an important one.
As
I noted earlier, but I had no
Councilmember
time.
Kranz, are you done with the questioning? Okay, thank you very much. We're going to go on to the other council members for them to speak. Councilmember Lyons.
Thank you. I just want to say that I agree with Councilmember Kranz, but I want to say a few things a little bit differently. I think commissioners are superstars. I've always thought that about all of our commissioners. I think they've all done an amazing job. And I served for 2 terms on the Environmental Commission, and I can tell you we did not agree with each other a lot. And I'm kind of a planning commission geek. I love watching it on Zoom. I learn a lot from it, and I know that everyone is able to speak their opinions, and it's valuable. And I reflect on how Bruce was brought in and appointed to the Planning Commission, and I think that represents wanting different voices and diverse opinions. So that's the good news. I do want to say that I think this is a self-created conflict, and I believe that's what Councilmember Kranz is getting at. It's a conflict of interest, and it's self-created. And it helps to fund, and the help to fund a lawsuit against the city compromises Bruce's ability to serve the city. And this, as a city leader, we have the obligation to protect ourselves from liability. And I think that's our higher calling. We do need to do what we can when we see it's prudent. And so I need to support what I believe is in the best interest of the city here. And, you know, Bruce is a good guy, and he's going to be successful. So, you know, I wish him the best luck in his future endeavors.
Thank you. Please, 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 let the council speak. Councilmember Hinsey.
Thank you. So I don't make this decision lightly. I've watched a lot of planning commission meetings myself. I don't know Bruce too much in his character, but I believe everything positive that's been said about him tonight is true. I just had the chance to serve with Bruce on our first native plant subcommittee meeting, and just seeing the level of focus and institutional knowledge and insight into our city and the decisions that we make is really respectable. It is strange when you look at the trajectory of our city to do all that we can to become compliant with the state, to be able to be eligible for the grant funding that make our parks and our roads possible. Achieving a housing element was part of that. And for Measure T, as Kurt mentioned, Bruce and Kurt, the 2 sides came together to come up with Measure T, and Prop A voters did not pass that. It was voted no. And instead what happened is that we are now implementing Measure T under a court order. And so while there is Measure U. We are now implementing Measure U under a court order, which means that Prop A didn't work. It didn't keep us from development. And the intent, although it was to keep from high-density housing and maintain our height limits, the effect of that has been projects that are included in Measure U. And so when I look back at all of this, Bruce was part of the task force on the housing element to get us to that place. Bruce traveled with council members to Sacramento to advocate for this plan. This was the big tent plan. And it is confusing to see Bruce as a planning commissioner up there sometimes working through all of that. But to me, the reason why I don't think he can continue serving in this role, which requires neutrality, which requires objectivity, is due to a lot of statements that have now been documented in the news, coverage on his candidacy, saying that this Measure U is ill-conceived, saying that he doesn't support these sites, making a lot of blanket statements about things that are going to have to come to the Planning Commission in the next couple of years. And I don't think that neutrality has been maintained. So for that reason, I'll be joining the majority to remove Commissioner Ehlers from his role.
Thank you. Thank you. Deputy Mayor Mosca.
Yeah, I just want to thank everyone for coming tonight. All right, well, Susan says I shouldn't thank you, but I am very thankful and grateful that people come to our meetings and they share with us their viewpoint. And obviously, we don't always agree, but I think one of the things that we can say that we agree upon is that we really love our city, and that good governance of our city is so critically important. Yeah, it is our city. It is our city, and I think we show that tonight by all coming here together to make sure that we're expressing how much we love this city and how important the governance of this city is to all of us. And I think it's already been said that the duties, I started off in the Parks and Recreation Commission, and we have a lot of volunteers that step up to serve on these commissions and really give of themselves and a tremendous amount of their time. And so I want to make sure that that doesn't get lost in this discussion, that we really value volunteerism in this city. Stepping up, the amount of hours that folks step up at our senior center, folks step up in our commissions is just amazing. And it really does allow us to do so much. And so I don't want to get lost in this conversation, the value that we have for volunteerism in the city, and we all share that together, so as one city. There's a difference between some of the commissions and the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission is really, the ultimate in volunteering. It's a lot of hours that you put in, and as already been said, it's got a little bit of a distinction from the other commissions, is that it actually makes decisions. Somebody was asking me tonight about a project when I was coming in, and I said, a lot of these projects may be actually decided by the Planning Commission. If it ever gets to the City Council, it may actually come to us on an appeal. But many decisions are made by the Planning Commission, so that is a distinction with the other commissions. Members of those the Planning Commission can actually obligate our city, can create liability for our city. So it's important that each Planning Commission member, get the type of training that they need, that they're intelligent, that they're doing their work, that they're unbiased, that they're objective, that they can listen to all sides and make a decision that is in the best interest. One of the things that I've seen as of late too is that it's not just interpreting local law anymore. It's interpreting county law, it's interpreting state law, it's interpreting federal law. In a lot of these instances, it's actually displacing local law, as Bruce could probably elucidate. I mean, there's a lot of instances where we're actually studying other laws other than what we have here locally that need to be applied. And then you have to kind of discern what the facts are and apply that law to those facts. And it's a very difficult job. And one of the things that I've seen over the years too, and that Bruce has probably seen, many of these Planning Commission meetings over the years now, applicants and people that are filing for permits come with lots of attorneys. And as soon as those decisions are made, litigation starts if it's not in their favor. And so it is so important, so incredibly important, that the city is well represented on the Planning Commission, and that the Planning Commission members are absolutely unbiased and really, doing their best to balance all of the interest and be fair. And fair is a term of art that has lots of legal duties. And so I think that the exchange that was had here between Councilmember Kranz and Commissioner Ehlers is really, illustrates some of the conundrum that I think that I think Bruce has, and that I'm kind of really struggling with here, is the statements that you've made recently, and the actions that you've taken really demonstrate that you have a bias, and that you failed to meet these duties. And I know that they're awesome duties, but that you fail to meet these duties of how a planning commissioner member needs to operate. And so I'm still not hearing how I think Councilmember Kranz asked a very poignant question, a very good question, and it was, and there wasn't really a good response from you in terms of how you would basically resolve the statements that you've made and actually, stand in have objectivity and fairness when it comes to applications and permits that are coming before you. So I think that if we're on notice, if this body is on notice that we have a Planning Commission member that cannot maintain objectivity and fairness, then it is our responsibility. It's our responsibility as the legislative body to ask you to resign and to remove you if you're not willing to resign. I think it's an absolute responsibility. It is our responsibility to shield this city and its residents from harm that any person would prevail upon it. So,
please, let's let him finish, please. Let him finish, let him finish.
That's okay. That's okay. You could talk over me. I come from a big Italian family, so I'm used to actually people talking very loud. But that's okay. But truly, no, I don't. You already had a chance to respond. I don't need the response. I heard it. I've read the statements. I've read the declaration. I've read the stuff, and I just think that it's probably best that you say you want your First Amendment right. Go and express it. You don't have a right to serve on our planning commission and obligate and harm the residents of the city.
Okay, I'm going to call the question. So, City Clerk, let's go ahead. We have a motion and a second. Let's go ahead and vote.
Your guys' policies ruin this city.
Okay, thank you.
Motion carried.
Okay, we're taking a recess. We're taking a 10-minute recess. All right, everybody, we're going to get started on our next item, our last item. It's like Valentine's Day with all the red I see, especially this group right over here with all your red. You guys are looking good. Okay, so we are on to our next item. City Clerk, are we ready with the taping? Okay, so we're on to our next item, which is item 10B. So this is continued discussion and direction on the city's capital improvement program, the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021, which is called ARPA, funding and other operational programs initiatives, including prioritization, timelines, project funding. So we will turn this over to our Director of Finance, our City Treasurer, McBroom. Go ahead.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council members, and thank you. I'm Teresa McBroom, the Director of Finance, and with me is Assistant City Manager Campbell and City Manager Bankston.
Thank you. City Engineer.
Oh, I'm sorry, City Engineer. Did I promote her? I am so sorry. So the agenda for this evening's meeting will be to go over the March 23rd budget workshop meeting, real briefly, financial status update, ARPA funding, the current CIP project portfolio, recommendations, the status, proposed CIP funding, and recommendations for additional funding. So this first slide was presented at the first budget workshop. It's a projection of the city's revenues, expenditures, and net transfers out. There is a base level of CIP expenditures programmed each year. The remaining amount up to total revenue is available for additional operations or CIP and is reflected in the orange bar. For fiscal year 22-23, there was an additional $1.5 million available for next year. Since that last meeting, and as will be discussed later in the presentation, there's an additional $1 million available from savings and contract services and projects. The next item is ARPA funding, which I'm turning over to City Manager Antill to present.
Thank you, Ms. McBroom. So as you know, the American Rescue Plan gave the city $8.1 million. And earlier, I asked the council to please set aside $1.1 million to be used for our direct COVID expenditures, leaving $7 million for other city projects and operations. On March 9th, we received public input for the one-time monies to ask the public what they thought those monies should be spent for. We received a lot of public feedback, and I might just remind you that from a financial perspective, one-time monies are typically not used for salary and benefits or for, whoa, you're going really crazy fast, ongoing salary expenses or ongoing routine maintenance projects or pension or debt service. Thank you. We heard a number of ideas from the public on the March 9th council meeting, everything from doing a 100% affordable housing project to completing some of our shovel-ready capital improvement programs and also putting more money into our homeless and unhoused programs. One of the other items that came up was to take a look at using these one-time monies for rehabilitation of Pacific View, as well as looking at train horn and quiet zone initiatives. And there's a couple of people who are interested in that, it looks like. So. Next slide, please. In addition, since that time, council members themselves have also suggested a number of things. We've also heard other things from the public between the last meeting and this meeting regarding other projects that have not been previously in our tiered list of capital improvement projects, but nevertheless things that are important within the community. So tonight I'm going to ask you to take our $8.1 million and program it for public safety, thereby reducing the amount of general fund money that you need for public safety and making this money available for other projects. So you will be receiving a resolution at our next meeting to transfer this money to public safety and be able to do this transfer into the city's fund balance, which will allow you to have $7 million for a one-time project. Later in the presentation, we will also talk about an additional $1.05 million that you will have to program as well. But right now, we're just talking about the $7 million for a one-time project. So I want to turn this over to Assistant City Manager Jennifer Campbell. Tonight, I'm going to recommend that you take that $7 million and program it for the renovation of the Pacific View site. But before we do that, I'd like Jennifer to go through a little bit about the history and the background of the property when it was purchased.
Thank you, City Manager Antil. Good evening, Mayor, members of council, and members of the public. A little bit of background on Pacific View. We had purchased the school in 2014 for $10 million. We financed the debt over 30 years, and it will be fully paid in October of 2044. The annual interest and payments range from $560,000 to $570,000. That's $560,000 to $570,000 over the next 22 years. So far, we've paid $4.7 million in payments to date. On December 8th, we went ahead and presented an updated assessment by Jeff Katz Architecture on the Pacific View site. We had done an assessment back in 2015, but being that it had been many years, we wanted to update that. During that assessment, we presented several different options and some cost estimates. So tonight, with the $7 million from the ARPA funding, we would look to do option B, which would be the whole building. It would not create any new buildings on the site. It would include design, demolition, and construction. There would be demolition of various furniture or finishes and fixtures in the building. And then there would be a reconstruction, and the overview would be new restrooms, structural repairs, roofing, lighting, glazing for steel frame windows, new doors and frames, casework and sinks, dedicated server rooms, electric service, and parking lot repairs. The building would also have new paint, flooring, fixtures, furniture, and equipment, and it would also bring the building up to being ADA compliant. As you know, that building was built many years ago and was obviously not ADA compliant with the new laws that we have in place. We also put together an estimated timeline for the project. We would look to award the design contract to City Council if the money is approved on April 27th. Design would take 4 months, which was complete in August of 2022. We would bid the construction project out in September 22, award construction contract October of 2022. Construction would begin in January of 2023. Construction going until June 2024, with the building opening in July of 2024. As you know, it is an estimated timeline, but staff would work very hard to complete this timeline to get the building up and running.
Good evening, Mayor and Council, members of the audience. I'm going to provide a little bit of information on our current capital projects, projects that are getting new funding in fiscal year 22-23, and some of the recommendations for the program. So currently we have 6 capital projects that are in construction. And the Capital Improvement Program team is made up of a principal engineer and 4 staff engineers. So we've got these 6 projects listed on this slide here in construction. 2 of them are big marquee projects for us. The Leucadia Streetscape Phase 1 and the El Portal Undercrossing are significant projects currently in construction. Next slide, please. Beyond those 6, we've got this list of 11 more projects that are fully funded through the construction phase that will be going to construction either this year. We have 1 project going this year, and then we've got remaining projects going out in fiscal year 22-23. Next slide, please. And then these are the other projects that the team is currently working on. We've got 7 projects that are in design and have full construction funding. that will go to construction not in 22-23, but rather the following year. And then we have some projects in the column on the right that have some funding, but don't have full funding needed to complete the entire project. So that's another 13 projects that need additional funding to move forward through completion. Next project. And then this list here are some of our shovel-ready projects. So these are projects that are design and permitting has been completed, and we're looking for grant funding, and we're watching the federal infrastructure funding and looking for opportunities to fund these projects. They're ready to go to construction. So those are our existing projects, and this is the new money that we are looking forward to for fiscal year 22-23. The first two lines, the beach staircase access refurbishments and Beacons Beach parking lot, were included in the 21-22, 22-23 budget. And then at our last meeting, we recommended additional funding for the Santa Fe Corridor Improvements Project. That is largely grant funded, but we need a little bit of money to be able to fully fund construction phase on that one. And then the 101 Mobility Safety Striping Project. That project is currently out for advertisement. We're opening bids later this month, and we will need some funding to award that. And then the new recommendation was based on the feedback that we had heard at the last meeting and that we've seen since the last meeting. There was a recommendation that we heard to remove some funding from the Hygeia Roundabout project, which is not fully funded, and put that into the design of a quiet zone in the city. Next slide, please. So our marquee project that we're looking forward to in the next year will be our Leucadia Streetscape Segment C West project. So this is a project where we've applied for a $20 million iBank loan, and then we're also just got approval to submit a RAISE grant to do some additional components as part of that project. So that will include the roundabout at Jupiter and Grandview, buffered bike lanes, wider sidewalks, new trees on the west side, pavement improvements for the southbound lanes, street lighting, and additional parking. And then if we're able to get that RAISE grant or additional funding, or we get low bids, we'd be able to add a DG trail from Marchetta to La Costa, more landscaping, decorative crosswalks, art nodes. Next slide, please. And then finally, this is our list of our annual funding projects for CIP. So these are typically small pots of money. The last one, the annual paving project, is our big one. That one helps us maintain our citywide pavement condition index. But the other ones are smaller pots that don't have specific projects identified. And we use that funding throughout the year as staff or residents or the Mobility and Traffic Safety Commission identify useful and beneficial projects that will assist us in meeting our goals. Next slide. And now I'll turn it back to City Manager Antle, who'll provide some more information on more additional funding we have available.
Thank you. Since our last budget meeting, we have taken a close eye and sharpened our pencils and found, as the finance director mentioned, another $1.05 million in savings from the prior fiscal year in our contract savings. And so tonight, what we're recommending for that 1.05, with the approval of council, and of course you're free to make changes to this list, is based on the feedback that we've received at meetings as well as from all of you. We're recommending that you add to next year's CIP the South 101 cycle track extension to K Street. Rancho Santa Fe mobility improvements, we have about $50,000 in improvements that are in this fiscal year that are being worked on, and we're asking for an additional $100,000 for some additional signage and striping intersection improvements that were identified in the Rancho Santa Fe Task Force report. We have a suggestion that you might want to include $250,000 in your annual paving contract. And then based on feedback at the last meeting, asking for an additional $300,000 to go to our mobility budget, or quick build budget, if you will, which would double this to $600,000, with a particular emphasis on the Vulcan pedestrian path, the San Alejo Avenue and Manchester Avenue intersection trail connection, and the pedestrian crossing at the Solana Beach border. We also think that at this time we're making really great progress in our homeless action plan, And we have 3 programs in particular that we'd like to increase in funding, and so are asking for an additional $100,000. That would take up the $1.05 million in additional funding since the last meeting. So just to round out, we do hope to introduce the budget in its form. Right now, these are budget workshops, so on May 11th, we hope to bring the budget forward, and then June 15th would be the adoption. Would like to turn this over to council for questions and for comments.
Okay, thank you. Can you just let me know how many speakers we have? 14, okay. Can you just directly address, I mean, a lot of the people in red here are for a quiet zone. So can you just address the amount of money for that and what that money would do so that people are aware of that before they make their public comment?
Yes, so we have, our recommendation is $750,000 to fund the design of the quiet zones throughout the city. So that is the request. It doesn't have the construction component, but it's the design component, the next piece.
Right, okay. So without the design component, we clearly are not able to construct it. So just to be super clear about what's possible in this next year, the next step for quiet zones is to have the design.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm sorry, can we get one clarification on that? Is that going to create a project that's shovel-ready?
Yes, I think it will take more than a year is my expectation.
Right. But we'll have drawings and design, we'll have documents for people to bid and things like that.
That's the intent, yes.
How does that interact with the potential for, so the discussion and debate right now about at grade or grade separated crossings is kind of one that we're having now, and we don't have a resolution as to whether or not we would have either the grade separated or at grade. So how do you basically design that corridor for a quiet zone, not knowing how that's going to be? Or how does that take that into consideration?
So we have, pardon me, we have proposals now that we're currently evaluating for the at-grade crossing in Leucadia. And what we would likely look to do is to potentially amend the scope of that study to include quiet zone features in the at-grade crossings, if feasible. We have heard some feedback that the regulators would like to see the at-grade crossings approved as standard crossings and then come back later and then see if they would like to do if they would approve a quiet zone through there. But we're willing to talk to our consultants and have them look to evaluate incorporating quiet zone features into those crossings with the initial design.
All right, and you think it's going to be about 12 months?
More than 12 months.
How long do you think the planning process is for the design?
I'm going to guess 18 months approximately. So we need to talk to NCTD and we need to coordinate with CPUC. It will be 18 months at the very earliest.
All right.
And then the other thing just I want to address before we go to public comments is, so the suggestion that you just presented was that Pacific View would need and get $7 million, and basically with that we could get it open. And is that right? Just to be clear on what for us to make sure I understand what it is that money would get us.
Yes, so during the assessment, option B was about $7.3 million. As you know, construction estimate, that's exactly what it is. We obviously would look to, if the bids came in lower or higher, we would know at that time. There's a way to value engineer it. There also might be a way to do add alternates with the bid. So really what's standard and what could possibly be phased later, but the idea would be to get the building up and operational, to have community programs and classes and allow the community to use it.
Okay, and the timeline you just showed was that we would go out to bid in October. Is that right?
The timeline would be that design would be complete in August, the construction bid would go out in September, and it would be awarded by the end of October.
Okay, great.
I think it would be interesting too to have the bid come to structure the request for a bid in a way that the bidders are able to kind of break down the cost, just in case we wanted to kind of look at those amenities and say, we have a lot of folks from the arts community here that like if it did come over bid, perhaps that's an amenity that the arts community can kind of help close that gap.
Yes, Councilmember Mosca, that would be the idea with the design and with the architect and going out to bid. We would definitely want to give ourselves some flexibility and some options.
Okay, Councilmember Lyons.
Yes, thank you. I just have a question of clarification. We have on slide 18 where you show the recommended projects for funding of the 1.05 million. In there you have additional quick build mobility budget, that'd be 300,000. And you have 3 projects identified. One's Vulcan, one's San Alejo in Manchester, one's pedestrian crossing Slana Beach. There's a project we've talked about as being a logical quick build, and that's the El Camino Real striping from I-5 on Manchester and then up along the El Camino Real. How do you see that coming in? I don't see it mentioned here, so have you considered how that might move forward into this next coming year in this budget?
We have. The condition of the pavement out there is not good enough for us to just put down slurry and add new striping. We need a 2-inch overlay out there for the majority of that roadway. To refresh your memory, we just completed a $1.8 million project on North El Camino Real that was 1.5 miles. The missing section on South El Camino Real is 1.6 miles, and all of it needs a 2-inch overlay. So we're estimating about $3.2 million for the overlay and then subsequent striping of a bike lane on South El Camino Real. So that's a much larger project that doesn't fit into our quick build program, unfortunately.
Okay, that's the first I've heard of that. Okay. And the other comment I have on that same item, where we have 300,000 identified, I think the plan or the thought is that each of those 3 projects would be about 100,000. So we're looking at each one being fairly modest. Jill, is that your thought?
We don't know that, we don't think that's the case. So Solana Beach for the item number 3, they've estimated the PED crossing in their very preliminary work plan at 500,000. We think that the San Alejo Manchester Avenue intersection trail connection probably would be somewhere in the range of 100,000. The Vulcan pedestrian path needs a little bit more analysis. It will likely be more than 100,000, probably a few $100,000.
And that's from Lucadia to La Costa?
Correct.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think we should go to the public speakers, and then we can offer our comments on various things after that.
Okay, I'll call you 3 at a time, and then 3 minutes. Is that correct, Mayor?
How many did you say we have?
14.
Let's do 2 minutes,
Minutes?
given the late
Okay.
time.
All right, so just a reminder, each of you have 2 minutes. Steve Sesnakis, Kyle Picorni, Jerry Barber. Steve, not here. Okay, then we'll go to Kyle Picorni, followed by Jerry Barber, followed by Tom Gaines.
Good evening, Mayor Blakespear, council members, and constituents. My name is Kyle. I live in Lucadia. This is actually my first city council meeting. Hopefully first of many, though I will definitely have dinner beforehand next time. I rise to declare my support for the citywide train horn quiet zone project to be moved to Tier 1 of the Capital Improvement Program. I'm requesting that funding for both the design and construction of the supplemental safety measures be supported in the 2022 Capital Improvement Program and budget for the existing at-grade crossings at Lucadia Boulevard, D Street, and E Street. Presently, your constituents in the coastal corridor are bombarded with violently loud train horns from about 4:30 in the morning through the whole day, all the way to about 12:30 in the evening. This is very disruptive and comes with real costs to our health and wellness. Loud noise negatively impacts children's ability to learn, from concentration deficits to lower reading comprehension. Sleep disruption comes with many well-documented negative health effects as well. Depression, cardiovascular disease, obesity, raised blood pressure, and reduced immune response, which during COVID is particularly important. The amount of trains coming through our corridor is forecasted to nearly double by 2030, as well as more crossings being added, so that's just going to compound the detrimental health impact. Not only will a quiet zone be healthier for your residents, but it'll also be safer. According to the Federal Highway Administration, the upgrades that come with an established quiet zone are extremely effective, especially when applied to outdated crossings. It's been found that the implementation of SSMs required for a quiet zone will increase the safety of the crossings, some by as much as an estimated 82%.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody, for all your hand waving. You're doing a great job, and we can see your enthusiasm.
Good evening. My name is Jerry Barber. I've lived here since 1995, and I represent the 99 units for the Haciendas de la Playa across the street and also the Encinitas Quiet Zone. This train controversy began in 2017 when our condo complex started a train noise committee. I did a presentation here to you, Mayor, and showed a video at that time of a train going by with a 47-second horn, steady horn. That equates to 4,935 feet of solid horn. That's excessive. I've made over 100 complaints with Amtrak to Sean McDonough, customer service specialist in Washington, D.C. He promised to contact the proper department to get back to me. So far, nothing but crickets. About a month ago, after a really obnoxious back-to-back horns up to 41 seconds long, I contacted Steve Price and CBS Channel 8. Steve came to my house. We did a documentary. He recorded a segment of 37-second blast that went on from north of Encinitas Boulevard to well south of E Street. That also, I just got a text. My son told me that segment also aired again tonight. So we've gotten some publicity on this. After that documentary aired, we now have a new group, EncinitasQuietZone.com, and they started gathering signatures on a petition to get the quiet zone built. The numbers of daily trains are increasing, and this trend will continue into the future. There's even talk of more double tracking. Now's the time to get something done. You've got the ARPA grant, and we're requesting that some of it be used for the quiet zone. It's meant for the ARPA project is for maintaining public services, supporting long-term growth, and investing in infrastructure.
Next speaker is Tom Gaines, followed by Kathleen Lees, and then Dolores Lodel.
Mayor Blakespear, City Council Representatives Mosca, Kranz, Hinsey, and Lyons, and community members. Thanks for the opportunity to speak tonight in support of the citywide train horn quiet zone to Tier 1 in the CIP. If you had a neighbor who turned on their home stereo to system to full blast over 60 times per day, what would you do? You'd probably ask them politely at first to turn it down. And then if they refused to turn it down and then proceeded to crank it up 100 times throughout the day and night, what then would you do? This is the scenario we're all facing with a growing number of trains passing through Encinitas and Leucadia via the coastal rail corridor. I'm Tom Gaines, as I said. My family and I have lived within 2 blocks of the rail corridor for almost 22 years, and we love our home here in Encinitas. We love it. The open space, just because of the quality of life issues, our community's deep commitments to these quality of life issues, we all depend on safe communities. You've done that. A healthy environment, open space for recreation and relaxation, opportunities to innovate and thrive. You, Mayor Blakespear, and you, City Council representatives, have done much to improve our quality of life. By prioritizing safety, open spaces, recreation, and our beloved trees. Thank you. This quiet zone is a natural progression in the arc of that wonderful work.
Sorry, could you say that again?
I did not plan that. The trains are a fact of life, but the train horns don't have to be. This is why I, my family, these good folks here, and hundreds of our Encinitas and Leucadia neighbors, with more growing every day, ask you to move to approve the citywide train horn quiet zone project at Tier 1 of the CIP. And
good evening. I want you to know I love this little thing because it goes up and it'll go down too. Anyway, my name is Kathleen Lees. I live in Leucadia, and I am here tonight to encourage you to move forward with the rehabilitation of Pacific View as quickly as possible. Option C is the best because it allows more options using the classrooms. That's the one that has the flexible doors, and that's important. So even if you do B, see if you can get that one in there. And it also gives us lots of restrooms. I have always loved that school and remember when there were children playing in the fields. I always envied those lucky kids getting to go to school there. That was probably Kelly I saw out there playing. I look forward to having it be busy and serving the community again. Recently, there was a question about what community character is. It has always been difficult to define because so much of the beauty of it is in the eye of the beholder. I doubt that anyone would object to calling Pacific View a good example of our community character. Congratulations on the awards for Olympus Park. I go there several times a week and enjoy seeing how well it is loved, to its detriment sometimes, a little too enthusiastic. But it's just such a trip because about 5 o'clock, all of a sudden there's this herd of dogs dragging people off to the dog park. Anyway, it's a really happy place, and we can definitely use more of those. Thank you.
Dolores Lodel, followed by June Hansberger, Ann Paulson, and then there.
Thank you. Hello, council members and mayor. First, I want to thank you for your service and for all the positive things you've done for our community. It's very appreciated. My name is Dolores Lodell, and in 1986, we moved into our home in Hillcrest Drive at Northwest Leucadia. Being relatively young at the time and without children, we regularly hopped over the tracks to go to the Leucadia Donuts, to the Leucadian, to the beach, all of which are still there. And to walk to the video store, which is now where La Papagayo is now. We didn't think much about it. After having children, it got a lot more complicated, of course. How do you teach your children right from wrong while also taking them over the train tracks illegally? This is a question that I struggled with, but ultimately decided to teach them how to cross responsibly and safely. Sometime during this time, the Target opened in Leucadia, and our elderly next-door neighbor used to walk over the tracks in the morning to catch the bus on the Coast Highway to get to work. And then she got a ticket. So she didn't drive, so now her more elderly sister had to get up and take her, since it seemed like it was just as much trouble for her to drive around the tracks as it was just to drive her to Target. She spent the rest of this woman's life driving her to Target to work every morning, and this continued until her death 10 years later. In 2005, 17 years ago, and I know this date because my friend was pregnant with her child, who is now a junior in high school. There was talk of 3 pedestrian railroad crossings coming up. Nothing was included in the initial plans for our northwest quarter in our area. So we went around and we got petitions and we brought it to the council and they agreed, yes, we do need a crossing in our area. This was 17 years ago. We fought for a long time for this. There were multiple councils that have gone through. I've saw some of them here tonight.
Next speaker is June Hansberger, followed by Ann Paulson, Theron Winsby, and then Rachel White.
Ann Paulson had to go home, but she sends her wishes, so sorry. Hi, council. I have some videos. So Sure. So I'm here to speak for safe mobility in Northwest Leucadia. And I have a couple videos that are showing the new striping on Vulcan Avenue, which I appreciate the effort to try to improve our neighborhoods. But as we look at what is happening, we don't have enough room to walk in our corridor. So I am hoping that what we can work on is, sorry, I'm losing my train of thought here. What I'm hoping we can work on is creating a path on Vulcan by changing the current parking situation. If we can turn the parking parallel. So, okay, go ahead, perfect. So here's what we got. This is our new striping. And this is supposed to be our walkway on Vulcan. And as you can see, we only have it on one side. And so every pedestrian is supposed to be in this space. And you can see this woman is coming at me with the dog and her baby, and she checks behind her for cars because I'm hogging the lane there. And you can see that's what we have. So I know, it's not great. Can you show the two pictures? That would be fabulous, so I don't run out of time here. We have on Vulcan, what's been prioritized has been parking, and I appreciate it. I appreciate the grading that happened and the improved parking for the residents. However, we also need to prioritize walking and pedestrian mobility. And what I'm asking is if we can, instead of parking nose in, like you see here, if we turned the cars at an angle or in some spaces or parallel, we already have a walkable area. If we could just turn it sideways and create a path on the inside, it would give us down entire Vulcan safe mobility. Can you show the next picture, please? And so this is right on the other side of 101, and this is what was created there. So this is my idea. We don't need anything other than just the backstops being turned and the signs moving out of the way. We don't need any new DG, it's already there. So please.
Darren Winsby, followed by Rachel White, and then Naime Woodward.
Good evening, council members. Amtrak and coaster trains are required to sound the whistles at all grade crossings. Specific circumstance determines how long and how often the whistle must be sounded. The horn operations are the mandate of federal law. Just exactly how the whistles are sounded can convey special meaning to train operating personnel. I'm here on behalf of myself and my particular neighbors to ask the community to look at this situation from our Vulcan Avenue perspective. This is more than a simple petty complaint about routine horns, which I never had a problem with until recently. This is about particular drivers at times where there is no construction going on at all, let alone at a crossing. Rude, abrupt use of horns versus some drivers seem to be a little more courteous with the way they use their horn. Those poor construction workers have to deal with this in their little office trailer. Sometimes it's like a train is honking as loudly and abruptly as it can after the work zone. I see no point to this. As a native Encinitas person for 46 years, I've lived on Vulcan Avenue near Paul Akey Central Elementary School for 15 years. I remember the first time I moved in, there was a freight train coming. I thought there was an earthquake. I got used to it, no big deal. I like freight trains, and if they honk, that's what they do. I understand trains are required to honk in a certain way at crossings, or if some fool is on the tracks, of course. However, recently the train drivers have been doing things like shave and a haircut, toot toot. They do it 6 or 7 times coming down for the construction area. It's an insult to the construction personnel, insult to their intelligence. It's becoming worse and worse. One of my neighbors claims they've been blasting at 4:45 a.m. every weekday, 5:30 a.m., and I have video to prove this. I don't know if you folks can say anything about this, but these drivers need to be and funding for what? Let's get the drivers over here and ask them some questions.
Hello, City Council. Hello, Encinitas. My name is Rachel White. I am a forever fan of the city and of the wonderful leaders of the city. My church, North Coast Church, picked Pacific View as a site for what was called a weekend of service. Pacific View has a brand new roof. It does not need a new one. Pacific View has a wonderful site. Pacific View has wonderful classes and wonderful space. It does not need a new building. What it needs is heart and spirit. I have went to Pacific View and swept the glass and cleaned the bathrooms and took out the trash with Blake Spear and with Tony Kranz and with so many wonderful people of the city. The $7 million that you want to give Pacific View could probably be reduced significantly if you partner with the right nonprofits, not nonprofits with large corporate and private entities backing them, which Encinitas has plenty of, as you look at the Lux Institute and as you look at the other wonderful foundations within the city. I am talking about pure nonprofits, Encinitas for Equality, Encinitas for the Arts, the Lions Club. Let us help design that building. I know 4 different nonprofit theater companies that would come in and design that space and could get it up and running and can make money with theater tickets. We can make money using that space as is. We do not need an entire new building. You can take out that space that has the overhang that used to be the old elementary school theater, bring in a double-wide trailer and bring in a brand new art gallery with a coffee shop. You can do your garden, your friendship garden to honor Japanese Americans. You could do this project for a lot less money if you partner with the right people. You guys could save that money.
Next speaker is Naima Woodward, followed by Irene DeWatteville, Rosemary Kimball, and then Jackie Candelaria.
Well, good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council members. My name is Naima Woodward. I live in Encinitas, and currently I'm the president of Encinitas Friends of the Arts. Encinitas Friends of the Arts is an all-volunteer community nonprofit art organization in Encinitas, and I've stood here for many years, several times, talking about Pacific View. However, on behalf of our board of directors, advisory board, our members, 89 nonprofit art organization, over 500 artists, Patricia Fisher from San Diego Visual Arts Network, and on, I just want to take this opportunity to thank you. First of all, for voting to designate Pacific View as an art and culture center. We are ecstatic about it, we are excited about it, and I'm grateful for it. At this point in the midst of the conversations about the budget and the ARPA fund, I would like to request that you dedicate enough funds so we can rehabilitate this center, so we can start working with you, and we are here standing with you, and we will bring the funds necessary to augment whatever you're going to be allocating. And I want to, and again, thank you for have the courage and the stamina, and we can make this happen. I've been at this for 9 years with Tony and the rest of the community, and we can do wonderful stuff here for the young and old. So thank you again.
Irene. Following Irene is Rosemary Kimball, and then Jackie Candelaria.
I'm Irene de Watteville. I live in Solana Beach. I'm very involved in the arts, and I'm so excited that eventually in 2024 this might happen. I just wanted to say that I heard this speech by Ted Gloria the other day saying that April was the month of art and culture, and how appropriate that maybe this is going to happen. It's going to start today. And they said that Barrio Logan was the arts center. Well, I think North County should not be ignored, and if this happens, well, and we can make it whichever way it could be, Japanese garden or whatever. So whatever you can do, I'm sure if, you appropriate enough money, other foundations will be able to help, and I am thrilled. And I want North County to be part of the art of San Diego. And, you know, it's happening a little bit with ICA and the, you know, Cannon Gallery, the many things, but I am thrilled and I will do anything. I'll dance flamenco on your table if you want. Thank you.
Would you rule that out of order, Mayor?
Be still, my heart. Thank you for listening to us.
Final speaker is Jackie Candelaria. Okay, that concludes speakers.
Okay, well, thank you to all the speakers. Thank you for staying this long time through a difficult first item to get to this item so you could make your comments and hear the council talk about this. It's always difficult when we're talking about our limited amounts of money because there are always more asks than our ability to fund things, and especially in the infrastructure areas, all the different road and infrastructure improvement projects. So I'm going to go to my colleagues first before I make my comments, because that's what the chair does. So go ahead, Councilmember Kranz.
Thank you, and thanks to the public for coming out. I really appreciate the Encinitas QuietZone.com efforts that have gone into activating the community on the issue of quiet zones and rail-related issues. Now Leucadia is also another group that has been working very hard to activate the community. These are very important projects, and it's something that the council, since I've been serving on it, has been doing everything we can to advance. So that's why you have a study about quiet zones. That study was conducted with the input of the Federal Railroad Administration so that we knew what we needed to do to have a quiet zone. A couple of points of clarification. One public speaker talked about Leucadia Boulevard, D Street and E Street, but don't forget there is a pedestrian crossing in the train station. So there's additional cost and engineering and design that will go into putting gates up there. There are currently no gates there, and there are Amtrak trains that go through without stopping. So in terms of crazy danger, there is definitely that in the train station. So Councilmember Mosca asked a good question. It's complicated. It's the most complicated thing. I don't know how anybody could come up with all these rules, but the federal government has managed to come up with complicated rules on quiet zones and at-grade crossings and things. So there is this bookending issue that has to do with if we get at-grade crossings north of Leucadia Boulevard, the only way those can be part of a quiet zone is if Cannon Road in Carlsbad is also constructed for quiet zone. San Clemente has a waiver for the quiet zone requirement so that they have a pedestrian advanced warning system. So at least it takes the train horn out of the picture, which is a big, obnoxious 125 decibel blast. And so, you know, if we get at-grade crossings, there are a couple of scenarios where it could either be quiet or we have those what are known as pause. So we're working, you know, with that in mind, and we're going to have a contractor, a consultant on board, I think, here pretty soon to continue to advance that crossing stuff. But I do want to say, again, I am committed to a citywide quiet zone, and I make that commitment. Regardless of what happens north of Leucadia Boulevard for pedestrian crossings, we need to get Leucadia Boulevard, the train station, D Street and E Street as part of the quiet zone. So unfortunately, we don't have construction money at this point, but we will aggressively pursue that in the future, especially once we have shovel-ready projects. So I did want to just clarify that a little bit. Otherwise, I support what has been recommended here, including advancing the Pacific View project. I do think that maybe, acknowledging that Pacific View is a building that the city owns and that we have a budget item that isn't a capital project, but it is dedicated, it is monies dedicated to, the rehabilitation of our public facilities. The work that's being done out in front of City Hall here came from that budget line item, that maybe we should look at this project at Pacific View more along those lines than as a capital project, just because I think that's the more appropriate way to account for what we're doing. We bought a building and we bought a piece of land that was historically significant to our community, and we've tried to be creative about how to get it operational. Rachel is right. Her church did tremendous work. That building was never in better shape, but we had a bit of a disconnect with the organization that was our nonprofit partner at that time, and the rest is kind of history. So I do think that it's critical that we not let the site fall into any greater disrepair. That said, I recognize there are a lot of competing projects, and we have a long list of not wants but needs, and so it makes it a pretty difficult decision, but I think we're headed in the right direction. Thank you.
Thank you. That was great to hear your comments. Yes.
Can I say one more thing?
Yes.
The parade was up on the list, and I had been advocating for a 4th of July parade out in El Camino Real, and I thought that staff did a tremendous job of putting together a proposed route that parade could go. I think there's a ton of potential, but I would have never suggested that we spend $150,000 on a parade. So I would suggest that come off, but I'm energized by the work that staff did, and we'll continue to work with the merchants in that area and the community surrounding it, including Carlsbad, to see if we can come up with a strategy, see if we can lower the costs, see if we can find sponsors and other things. But I will report back down the road for a possible 2023 4th of July parade.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Hinsey.
Thank you. I don't think my perspective has changed all that much from the last time that we discussed these items, but there are a few things that I would like to note because that has changed. And so just in order of priority, I like that we've already included the North Coast Highway 101 safety mobility striping. I didn't hear a lot of support from my colleagues on that, but I'm hoping that's just because that was proposed to us and we accept that and we'll go forward with it. I am supportive of dedicating the lion's share of our funds to Pacific View from the ARPA funding because I think that's something that we're going to be able to accomplish in the near term. New positions I'm taking is that I think it is helpful for us to do the Vulcan Rustic Rail Trail as requested by many folks at the last meeting, and now we're hearing that again today, and to rededicate the pavement rehab funds to projects like that and the Manchester-San Elijo Lagoon crossing and the pedestrian crossing for the Solana Beach Encinitas border because, those trails are going to be with the opening of the freeway down the road. I am really pleased with how Councilmember Krantz identified the $750,000 that we need to move the quiet zone to the next phase. That's become a top priority of mine just in the course of the last couple weeks based on how much support the community has shown up to give that project. And so I do support moving the funding to get the design complete so that project is ready to be in a position to accept grant funds. So, there's going to be a windfall of federal funding for projects like this along the rail. So Tony has been our long-serving member of NCTD. He recently turned that role over to me, so I serve on the NCTD board. I'm your point of contact for things, and I'm just learning it all, but it's very complicated. And so part of what I hope our strategy can be is that here at the city, we designate a member of our staff who's pretty high up, who can be the resource to help us accumulate some institutional knowledge about all these rail rules, because it's really hard to understand the at-grades and the overlap with the quiet zone. And, I'm not gonna be here forever in this role, so making sure that somebody's providing continuity to the community who you've been showing up for, year after year to see these things take place, I think is really an important move that we make in the near future. And I would like to note to our staff that NCTD will be hosting, it's not our next meeting because we have a special meeting, but our final meeting of this month, they've asked member cities to come with staff and learn about the federal funds that will be available in the next couple of years for projects like this. So let me make sure that was everything I wanted to say. Yes, it was. I'm very pleased at your recommendations that you put together, and I'm glad to see we have some homeless action plan funding in there, and I'm glad that we're not going to do the 4th of July parade, Tony. I'm sorry, but I really just want to be at the beach on the 4th of July, and so maybe someday we can do a fun event to celebrate in New Encinitas, but I think at this time we have some higher priority needs, so I think that's all I've got.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Well, just to show my colleagues some love there, I do want to have a 4th of July parade too. But I do think that it's important that I've been a part of communities where we've had 4th of July parades before, and they are money makers. And so there's no reason why we have to have a $150,000 line item. I think if it's done right, like a fun run in the morning, some bear tents and other things that actually raise money to offset the cost of it, I think it can be done. And I think it would be really awesome to have it on El Camino Real, because there's not a lot of opportunities for folks in New Encinitas to kind of really come together and gather, so that would be a great event. And so happy to hear that you're going to kind of focus on that, and I'd be happy to help when I'm on council, off council, because I think it's something that's really important. Pacific View, I'm really happy that we're gonna move on that, and yes, waving hands. I'm happy that it's not gonna just sit there dilapidated and not being used after we spent millions of dollars on it, and that we're gonna put it to productive use, and it's gonna be used in a way that the community's gonna embrace, and it's gonna be really helpful and useful for our community. So really happy to support the $7 million and look forward to that construction and the partnerships that we'll form with all the nonprofits here and throughout our community. I support the citywide quiet zone. You guys, thank you so much. You guys have some huge patience. You should run for city council. You have some tolerance for sitting all night, so thank you so much. I know, and I say that I say that in a cheeky way. I know that you guys really are passionate about this and really want to make sure that a change happens. And clearly, your advocacy is making a difference. So I just say keep up at it. And so we should have a citywide quiet zone. It's going to happen. Just keep showing up and making sure that people pay attention. But it sounds like we have the money now that's put in that account because of your advocacy and because of the leadership on the city council. And now it's going to just take some time to get those designs done. And we want to make sure that there's no hiccups with that. And then down the line, there's going to be a cost in terms of making sure we can construct it and have the funds to do that. And so I'm definitely supportive of that, and I'm supportive of all of the items that for the $1 million, especially the Rancho Santa Fe Task Force recommendations. I'm glad that we're starting to move on that. There's a lot of low-lying fruit that I would consider low-lying fruit that needs to be moved on, and really is about safety of that corridor. A lot of the other items, when we get to that, when you guys get to that, are important too. It's about calming the traffic and creating opportunities on that roadway, so people aren't sitting in traffic all day long. But the ones that we have here are really going to enhance the safety of the road, and hopefully we're able to do a little bit more. There's that road divides the middle school, the elementary school, and the high school, and there are a lot of kids riding their bikes on that street and trail, and it's important that we have connections and crossings that people can make. And just happy with all of the other items that we have here for funding, because I think it really shows that we've listened to everybody, we've listened to the staff, to the council, we've listened to the public, and we've kind of distilled it down to something that fits within our budget. And hopefully one day Hygeia actually happens. Thank you.
It's a shovel-ready project.
Councilmember Lyons.
Thank you. I'm in alignment with my council members on the city manager recommended projects for funding for the 1.05 million. May I ask for clarification, though? Are we making a decision today on the ARPA money? That's what I thought. Okay. I was just trying to review my documents here on the computer, and I didn't see that. So, and I am also in support of the proposal for the support for Pacific View. I just have one regret, and that is that we're not at a point yet to be able to support affordable housing. And because of that, I mean, I do truly support 100% affordable housing in our community, but we're not there yet. We're there with Pacific View now, and I just want to take action. I'm just so happy to be able to be in a position where we can take action. So I'm thrilled. If it's appropriate, I'll move to approve the Pacific View for funding for the ARPA funding.
Okay, thank you. I'll second that. I'll make some comments too. So I appreciate the public who came out to speak on the things and to stay this long. Yes, thank you, I know. And I also appreciate all my colleagues' comments as well as the staff who's done a lot of great work on this budget. I think it's excellent. So I'll just briefly say, I want to address Rachel's comments about the notion that we could do it for less money. The reality is we've been trying to do it for less money for 7 years. So we purchased Pacific View as a city. The only person on the council at the time was Councilmember Kranz, and he championed the purchase of it. And we have been hoping for the angel investor and this or that to work out, and the grant and this or that. And basically, we have the property. We're paying debt service on it every year. You and a lot of other volunteers have done great work trying to get the building habitable and improve things so it's not so derelict. But the reality is, it's still not open to the public. It's 2022, and we own this property. And just as Councilmember Kranz said, like our City Hall building or our Senior and Community Center or our parks, there are things that you need to take it so that it's open to the public. It's a public building, and it should be open to the public for the arts and culture, as we have repeatedly said we wanted to do. So this is a real opportunity for us to do something with one-time money and to get it open. So I really support that. I think it's a great decision. This is one of those long-time priorities, like many priorities, but like Leucadia Streetscape, which was another one that we said, let's just move forward with what we can fund and do what we can and get Leucadia Streetscape done and open. And I feel great that that's under construction too right now. So some of the other things, the Vulcan Ped Path is in here. I'm really happy to see that under the quick build. I did go on a tour with June Hansberger, and she was just here tonight. Oh, there she is in the back. Showing how it seems like it should be possible to have a walking path there. I do think it's important that we're always prioritizing walking and running and baby strollers and people being outside of their car and not just parking and driving. And so any type of a project that would accomplish that, I think should be a priority. I'm glad it's in here. And I have had several conversations with staff about it after my tour with you, and I appreciate you taking me out to do that. The quiet zone, I'm very dedicated to the quiet zone as well as a capital project, because we also see when you eliminate noise pollution from people's lives, how much their quality of life has improved. And there's no question that you're suffering with that, and we should do that project. It's been described as a no-brainer, and in many ways it is. There's no downside. It's not like you're taking anything away from someone else by not having the train horns blow. You're just removing that noise pollution from people's lives. And so I'm really glad that we came up with the idea of moving some money over from a different fund in order to do that. And I think it is the frustrating reality that you have to design a project before you fund it. And one of the things that makes more sense, which is what we're doing today, and we've talked about, is to put money into the thing you can actually do now. Because when you have something you can do now, let's do that thing and check that off the box and move on to the next thing. So what we can do now is design this, and then we'll get to that next phase. And I know somebody was talking about this Cross Connect study and that in the rail corridor from several years ago. and saying like, well, that was on a plan before, why isn't it done? And the reality is it's not done because of money. So yeah, it was on a conceptual high-level plan of all sorts of improvements in the rail corridor, but you still have to design it, and you still have to get regulatory approval, and then you still have to fund it. And so you see that happening with Pacific View tonight, basically us making that decision to say, we have done this preliminary work, and we do want to fund it, so let's get that done. So I'm excited to see that in this draft budget. I also wanted to mention the gentleman who brought up the train engineers who are too loud. There was, in the past, Tony, when he was on NCTD, would send an email with the dates and times it was too loud, and they would follow up with the train engineers. So I think Kelly could probably do that same thing, because she's on NCTD now.
Well, I think there's a reporting form on the NCTD website, and the more detail you can provide, the better off it would be. Easier for them to follow up with the engineers. And there's no question that each engineer that drives brings his own horn style, and some of it's pretty obnoxious, and I get all that. And the construction zone, they are kind of a little bit extra horning. The good news is that construction is almost over, so that will be fantastic. But Kelly, isn't the NCTD website set up for complaints?
Yes, there is a form that you can fill out, and what's requested is a pretty detailed summation of what time you heard it, what direction it was going, and then, yeah, I know, I've watched your segment. Yeah.
Well, they do have video in cab, so there is forward-looking video. So if a train engineer sounds his horn inappropriately, then they look to see, well, why did you do that? So there is follow-up, and it is possible. Ultimately, the Federal Railroad Administration has given the engineer a lot of leeway to sound the horn. So I live in the blast zone, so I'm pretty familiar with what you're experiencing, okay? I'm on Hygeia, and right at Glaucus, when they start sounding the horn southbound, it is 125 decibels and rocks the windows.
Okay, thank you. So, but there is a process, and they shouldn't be going above and beyond with this. It's not time for a party, although that is the effect that it's having, is it's keeping people up like a party would with your neighbor. I just have a couple of quick last comments. So I want to just really thank the arts organizers, Naime and Friends of the Arts, Patricia, Irene, Rosemary, Kathleen, all the people who have come consistently so much about our arts organizations, and her reference to 89 nonprofit art organizations. I mean, we are a city whose heartbeat is the arts, and being able to find a home and dedicate the city resources for that is just a top priority and is really in line with our values. And I'm grateful that you've continued to make that a priority and talk about it and work on it. And if we do end up getting grants for any, we encourage you to work with our state assembly member and others, our supervisor, to get grants as a nonprofit who's a non-governmental entity, so that we can operate it. So we're building it, but then we still have that question of how are we going to operate it, which we will figure out. But the biggest cost, of course, is the building. So we're really excited to be right here on this threshold. And then the two last comments are, in the presentation that talked about streetscape, it said that there was an additive alternative for the DG trail. I just want to emphasize how important I think that is. That trail, it is being built in a section right now that's to the south, right? Because I can see it there. And it's having a place for people to actually walk and not creating another circumstance like we have on Vulcan, where we have parking but no walking. I just really hope we find a way to sneak that in. So I just want to say that out loud to make sure that that's heard. And then the last thing I wanted to just bring up is that we've talked about process improvements, like processing our planning department permits faster. And I want to make sure that the budget includes the staffing you need to do that. So just want to ask you that.
It sure does, Mayor. We, this year, are asking for a number of staff to supplement both in engineering and planning. And we will be bringing a report at the next council meeting to talk a little bit more about that.
Okay, great. That's like on the operational side, not on the capital side. So that's why we're not talking about it tonight. Is that right?
Correct. And we also have on the capital side as well.
Oh, okay. On both. Okay. And then there's some money in here. I think extending that cycle track to K Street is really important because that will get into downtown. So we talked about that when that project came up. I'm so glad that that made it. Also, the Rancho Santa Fe mobility improvements are really important. Our paving contract, we know we're using a lot of it for one project, and having high-quality pavement in the street, in the city, I think is really important to maintain our high quality of life. And it's almost invisible, but it really matters, because when your pavement gets too bad, you just really experience a sense of degradation. And I continue to feel that we absolutely need to invest in our pavement. Even though we're not able to really bring it up too much more, we shouldn't let it fall. So that's that pavement quality index. And I just feel the need to say that out loud every time we talk about the budget. So I'm glad that it's in here. Thank you for putting it in there. And then the homeless action plan funding. We had a couple requests from our service providers about that. I'm so happy to see it in there, and happy that we can recognize that there are people who are not as well off as people in this room who are living in our community, and we need to do more to help them. And so having this additional bump in funding for some needed programming is really important. So with that, I'm happy to have seconded the motion. Councilmember Crayons has another comment.
Before you
wait.
vote, though,
Yes.
I do want to ask for technical change, but I want to make Councilmember Crayons maybe asking the same thing.
I'm not asking,
Okay.
I'm asking for you to name names. Who do we owe the pleasure of
Oh, my gosh.
the redesign of this chart?
Can I tell you, today
This
I
is
was
so much
running
nicer.
around City Hall so proud and happy about that chart.
You didn't do it, though, so name names,
Of course not.
please.
Of course not. I would say this was the brainchild. It started with the finance department, and it was created by city engineer Jill Bankston and Christine Roos,
There you go.
senior analyst in engineering. So thank you. Yeah.
Great job. It's beautiful. It's so much nicer than the
Isn't
other one.
it?
I haven't checked its accuracy yet.
It's like
but
Christmas morning
But
for
it
me.
still has, it's still like when she said finance, I was like, wait a minute, it has an engineering feel to it. So, but it tries to hide that it's actually from an engineer.
But
The bubbles and stuff still tells me that it's an engineer.
Actually, the bubbles are from finance.
Oh,
That was
all
their
right.
idea.
All right, but it's still, it's
And
good. It's clear to this liberal arts
happy.
major.
And mostly
we're-
Christine Roos. Christine, Encinitas resident, put her heart and soul into that.
Good. It's very nice.
Yay. So if you could, Director McBroom, please go back to the slide about the ARPA money. Okay, yes. So, no, next one, 5. Uh, 4, there you go. Nope, it's prior to that. Right there, okay. If I might ask the maker of the motion to be very specific, that you are asking us to direct the ARPA funds to go to public safety?
Right,
That it could go to public safety.
Thank you.
And then we will be bringing a resolution separately that after the money goes to public safety, then we will reduce our public safety budget to provide monies for the other items. If you could make the
Okay,
motion.
so the only decision today is that ARPA money is going to be committed to the public safety account.
Yes, and then could you brief us on the schedule for the rest of this? There's another budget agenda item in May, and then we
Correct.
do the final adoption in June.
Correct. So what will happen is you will, per the federal guidelines, you will commit your $8.1 million to public safety. That will allow you to make changes within your general fund budget and lower the amount that you dedicate to public safety, which frees up some money for you to do other things. And we'll bring a resolution to do that. And then you will be able to, we will be able to pay for our direct COVID costs, and then we will also be able to do a one-time project. But the important part first is to dedicate the $8.1 million to public safety first. And then, yes, we will introduce the budget on May 11th. And then you will, is that correct? May 11th?
Yes. Yes, that's correct.
And then the final adoption will be in June.
All right, thanks for that clarification. I'll modify the motion as stated to move the money to the public safety account.
Does the city clerk want to restate that in any way that's?
The motion that I have is to commit the $8.1 million of ARPA funding to public safety.
Is that adequate, city manager? Okay. Okay, I second that. So should we go ahead and vote?
Councilmember Hensy? There we go. Motion carries unanimously.
The other clarification that I was going to ask Madam Mayor is there was a suggestion that the quiet zone move from capital studies to tier 1, which is what I thought you were going to ask Councilmember Kranz. Is that, was that also a part of someone's motion?
Is there a tier 1 on this in the redrafted thing, or?
It's the first section.
Oh, okay. Is it not on here, or? It is. Quiet zone implementation is number P.
Oh, never mind.
So it is on there. So it is in tier 1. Okay.
I'll make that motion.
Okay, it's already there. Okay, so it's already there. That's good. Okay, good. All right. Well, so I think we're done with this meeting, everybody. I know, it's amazing. It's almost 10:30. So we'll just finish the last things that we have on our agenda. So no informational items, any council member reports pursuant to AB 1234. Councilmember Kranz, Hinsey, Lines, Mosca, no. City manager report, city attorney report.
Briefly, Your Honor.
Okay, let's hear it.
3 items. The first item.
Okay, wait, hold on a second. If you could please leave quietly so we could get our city attorney report. Okay, shh, because we're trying to get a city attorney report here at the end of the meeting. So go ahead, Tarquin.
Thank you. 3 items. The first item is just a clarification on the closed session report from the April 6th meeting in response to comments at the item 10A. There were 2 items on closed session. One was conference with labor negotiator regarding the Encinitas Firefighter Association. The second was existing litigation regarding the Encinitas Boulevard Apartments case versus the city of Encinitas. It had nothing to do with item 10A from tonight's agenda. The second issue is there's a very recent appellate decision from last week in the Second District Court of Appeal in the city of Manhattan Beach, where the court ruled there, the appellate court ruled that a existing local coastal program and an ordinance regulating short-term rentals, when they amended that ordinance recently, the previous ordinance, that needed to go back to the Coastal Commission for local coastal program amendment. That was not done. So that further reinforces the position of California courts regarding short-term rentals and local coastal programs. And the third item is Senate Bill 1186, which is entitled the Cannabis Patients' Rights of Access. It is currently winding its way through the Senate. It was, I think it's set for further hearing in the Senate on April 21st. The point of the summary of the Senate bill is that it would mandate that local jurisdictions approve retail or approve sale of medical marijuana, medical cannabis to patients. The local jurisdictions would be prohibited from denying access to sales and denying sales. The cities can regulate the locations of those sales, i.e. by normal zoning rules, as well as regulate how it's delivered. So they could ban dispensaries, medical marijuana dispensaries, but they could not ban delivery services from operating within their jurisdiction, although they can regulate them in terms of location. And that concludes my report.
So just to clarify, the first court case that you referred to, the point of that is that the Coastal Commission needs to review our vacation rental policy, which we're already doing, I think, as a city.
Correct. There's
So,
no
okay.
argument that the city isn't doing it. It's just,
Right.
it's reinforcing that an LCPA amendment or LCPA would be required for short-term rental ordinances
Okay.
in the coastal zone.
And I'm not sure what the actual legislative bill does, because doesn't the cannabis control unit already allow for deliveries into your city, whether you ban it or not, or are you saying something else?
No, so actually, Prop 64 does not mandate that jurisdictions allow deliveries into their city from outside the city. Under Prop 64, and this was an issue of recent litigation, but under Prop 64, the cities do not have to allow delivery into their city, and under the cannabis nor under the cannabis regulations that were adopted by the Bureau of Cannabis Control. The issue here is it's a new bill that would mandate that cities allow medical cannabis operators to deliver from within the city medical cannabis. Currently, there's no right to open a medical cannabis dispensary. Under the previous law, medical cannabis was in essence decriminalized, but it was not mandated that cities allow it.
So while the regulatory agency said that you can't ban sales from, so if a city, another city, Solana Beach had allowed for delivery companies operating out of their city, we can't ban the deliveries coming into Encinitas. But you're saying now, but we can basically ban, if we wanted to, those businesses from operating inside of Encinitas. But what you're saying now is that in addition to that you can't, you have to allow for a delivery service to operate if it's for medical.
Two parts to that answer. The first issue is cities are not mandated to allow delivery from outside the city into the city. The only thing under Prop 64 the cities can't prohibit.
That was from the regulatory agency. They said that you couldn't ban the deliveries happening within your city. But if the delivery business was set up in, say, for instance, Solana Beach, and they delivered into Encinitas, we couldn't say you couldn't deliver into Encinitas.
Under existing law, cities may ban delivery of marijuana, delivery of cannabis into their city. There was confusion because the way the administrative regulations were promulgated or revised by the then Bureau of Cannabis Control, now the Department of Cannabis Control, appeared to allow such deliveries. And there are a bunch of cities banded together, starting with the County of Santa Cruz, to declare that unlawful. What the court did, in essence, was ruled that the lawsuit was dismissed, but the effect of the ruling was that the regulation did not mean that outside jurisdictions could deliver into other people's jurisdictions. That is, cities can ban delivery or regulate it into their jurisdictions, as well as banning deliveries from operating in their cities. Prop 64 gives cities broad latitude to completely prohibit cannabis activities within their jurisdiction, with very, very limited exceptions relating to personal cultivation. Here, this Prop 1186 would disallow cities from prohibiting cannabis, medical cannabis deliveries into their city, or services operating as being located in their city and delivering in their city. But cities could ban retail, storefront dispensaries of medical cannabis.
So two points, and because of the time, you don't need to answer them now, but maybe we can talk about it later. How if medical, the distinction between medical and recreational is almost obliterated, how is that then enforced? Because nobody has medical cards anymore. And then also, does our local ordinance that was adopted by the voters, does that permit deliveries, or
the Proposition H
right.
allows both delivery and retail sale. Retail sale is limited in number, storefront retail is limited in number, obviously. We're doing a lottery. Deliveries are not subject to the lottery. I mean, you can have as many delivery services and even more delivery services in the city than retail.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.